Is Dundas this morning. Main business that council will be working with staff on is the 2021 budget. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof this morning? So, 2021 budget introduction and summary, and I know that's Sarah's role, but before we start, I'll say a few words to council and those listening. I think, 2020 has certainly been a challenging year on all parts. We had more expenses in some areas and less expenses in others. However, we had to do what we had to do to get through 2020, and 2021 hasn't started a lot different yet. However, I will commend staff for coming back with a budget that's at least reasonable to start. I think that there was some a goal of theirs to get to where we are starting this morning. I know that everybody on council always looks back and says what kind of goals they'd like to do for this year, and I think, I still think we need to be as progressive a municipality as we can, but we have to be reasonable this year in how we attain those goals. We increased tax rate a little over average last year to get to where we wanted to get to, and I think with that gives us a good base to start. We also have some commitments that we had to do last year, the big one being the Williamsburg landfill capping project, which was a significant loan against the municipality, but it was what we had to do at the time to pay for that. So in reading this budget, I think it's good, it's workable. My goal, if I was going to state a goal, like staff starting at 2.94, and my goal would be 2 or less. My preferred is 1.83, which is the increase we'd have to have for the landfill, and I would caution council in trying to go lower than that because you're really going backwards then. The 1.83 covers our loan payments, and once we put it in the tax rate, it deals with it for the next 20 years. So, other than that, I think we've all got our lists and how we've gone through it in the last little while and how we're going to focus on going ahead, and I will call on council to say a few brief words on what they're thinking this morning, and then we can start. So briefly, Deputy Mayor Gardner.
Thanks, Mayor Boyveld. Yeah, I mean, this process, I think, is one of the, it's not the only important thing that we do, but I think it's one of the most important. I agree with you. We are taking on some big projects that the residents really wanted to get done, and unfortunately, they do cost a lot of money. I know it's been a really hard year for lots of our residents in South Dundas. The pandemic has not only had a huge toll on people financially, but also mentally, and it's been draining. And I think my goal with this is to want to work and definitely cover those big items that need to be done. They're not even a want; they need to be done. But also have some room in there so when things are lifted and we do get back to normal, there is some programming and stuff that folks can enjoy. I think people are going to want to do that. So willing to work hard and hopefully get it. The goal for me is definitely under 2. So.
Councilor Wells.
Yeah, like for 2020, it was a hard year for everyone. This budget here, like the mayor said, it's very doable. I think staff did a great job this year. By saying that, though, there's the deputy mayor said about stuff that needs to be done. It's you still got to follow. We had a vision 2 years ago. In our studies and everything, that's helping us to go through this budget. And I think we keep things down because the public and the residents, everyone had a hard year this year. But I think at the end of the day, moving forward through this year, this budget, I think it's going to be a good start. So, thank you.
Councilor Lewis?
Well, 2021 is off to the same start as 2020 with COVID. And I think that, well, I do believe that we have a ways to go yet. I looked at the budget, I studied it. I think there is some items that can be said no to bring our budget down, and I'm in the same book as Deputy Mayor Gardner. I would like to see no greater than 2% increase. I would prefer to see the 183, but I will settle for 2%. Thank you.
Councilor Mellon?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Byveld, council and staff. When I first got the budget and I started reading it through, the one mindset I had, this was because of 2020 and what we've gone through and what's already been spoken to as far as the hard times on individuals and small businesses and whatnot. I said, this is going to be a slash and burn budget as far as I was concerned, and probably, but then you read through it and then I got, you have a chance to reflect, and slash and burn's a little bit too drastic, I guess, if you will, because we're only fooling ourselves, and you're going to only fool the ratepayers out there that if you get into that type of mentality, it's going to come back to bite people in the long run, and we've already witnessed that with some of our bigger expenditures that we've had to do as far as water towers and landfills and stuff. So you got to be able to offer the services and the level of services and the quality of services people need, plus balance out some of the larger items that I'm quite happy to say that we're checking off at a good rate to get those big expenditures out of the road. But we got to be able to balance what the people need, want, and expect, and that's the big thing. Everybody can say, oh well, you can cut this, cut that. Well, and everybody's got a different opinion. Oh, well, you cut this item, and somebody else wants that item. So I think what staff has done as far as the budget document in front of us is got a good balance. So there's maybe a little bit of room, maybe not to slash and burn, but to trim and slim, and let's hope we can get to some of the numbers that's been mentioned. So I don't know if you say looking forward to the next 2 days or the next little while going over the budget, but I think we'll get to where we need to do and provide the services that people have come to expect and want. So we'll drive on.
Okay, thank you. First I'll turn it over to CAO, and then we'll go to the treasurer for the main run.
Okay,
So.
thank you, Mayor and Council. Not too much to add before I throw it over to Treasury. The first thing I will say is commend Treasury and staff for, I believe, putting together a solid budget that Council can work with. I think the main goal was we did realize that there was challenges in 2020 and challenges that would continue into 2021. What we wanted to do was to provide Council with a stable budget that does not decrease the level of service that we're currently providing to our residents, but also realizes that there's commitments that we must maintain and that we must do over the next year, and also look at long-term planning through asset management over the next several years. So I think we've achieved that, and I think I look forward to the discussion today. Staff, I know, are looking forward to discussion as well too, and hopefully we can bring something to Council or finish the day or 2 days that Council is comfortable with, and that we can proceed to move forward. So with that, I'll let Treasury begin.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So I'll start by giving a brief overview of the budget as to where we're currently at. So when we first did the first draft of the budget, we were at a 15.35% tax rate increase. So collectively, staff have cut over $760,000 from the budget to bring you to what's in front of you today. So the major cuts from that was we decreased the landfill reserve contribution. It was originally at $360,000, and we moved it down to $200,000. We decreased the fleet reserve fund contribution by $102,000, and by keeping the contribution at $318,000, the reserve fund will remain sufficient for the next 10 years. We are utilizing just over $120,000 from reserves to fund the guide rail capital project. And then we also carried over any 2020 projects and utilized any remaining gas tax and OSIF funds that we've had. So the draft budget as presented is a 2.96% tax rate increase and 3.49% tax levy increase. So council should note the growth for 2021 was very minimal at 0.43%, and this can be attributed to the COVID-19 pandemic. So MPAC, they postponed the 2020 assessment update, and they essentially froze the assessment for the majority of properties in South Dundas. Few things for council to note as we start going through each department. So 1.83% of the tax rate increase is attributed to the Williamsburg landfill debenture. So if council would like to get to a 1.83% tax rate increase, I did the numbers quickly, we'd have to cut $83,305 to get there.
What's that number again, please?
$83,305.
Thank you.
But a decrease of 1% or increase of 1% to the tax rate equates just over $75,000. All committee requests, donation, and grant requests, they've all been included in the budget. So there's nothing that council needs to add in at this point. All wages include a 0.7% CPI increase, which equates to approximately $23,500. So the plan today is to have each department go through their budget, present both operating and capital together while we have them on the WebEx. And we'll start going through, and if we need to deviate from the agenda, then we will to accommodate time.
Any questions from council right now?
On the wage part, Sarah, what was the increase? 23,000 you said?
23,500.
Councilor Mellon?
Yeah, we haven't, so the impact, the assessments, we're gonna be working on 2020 assessments. We won't be, there, as I read this, the 2021 assessments have been postponed.
Yeah, there was supposed to be an assessment update from MPAC in 2020, but they postponed it because they were on the 4-year term. They postponed it due to the pandemic. So for the majority of properties, their assessment has stayed the same from 2020 to 2021.
So there'll be no increase in their assessment values
Yes,
for 2021.
correct.
Which could make a big difference. Well, yeah. Not for the, no.
So we usually adjust for the average increase, but we don't have to this year. So that makes the math a little easier. We don't have a lot of growth, which is unfortunate. Counties actually had a lot. It seemed like county overall had a nice growth figure, but it didn't happen in South Dundas. So hopefully we can get more going in the next year or two. Anything else? Okay, go on, Sarah. Just make sure whatever page you're on in the budget, we know what page to go to, please.
Okay, so I'm starting at tab 3. We're going to start with the interests, grants, and subsidies revenue.
Okay, for those who are technologically savvy, you need to go beyond tab and give me a page number, please.
Oh, sorry, I'll pull that up too. I'm going by paper.
Page 1, tab 3.
Okay. So everybody find, so it's page 11 in the digital package.
Thank you.
Okay, so for our grants and subsidies, I'll highlight the major things. So our tax interest collectible, you'll notice there's a large variance for 2020 being 76,000. So that's when we waived interest due to the pandemic. So that variance will be offset by our COVID-19 funding that we received from the province. Our OMPF funding, we received a small increase this year of $23,400. And everything else, pretty well, we left consistent. Any questions on this? No? Okay. So on the next page is our crossing guard wages and South Nation conservation. So included in the South Nation line is the $11,507 for the LiDAR acquisition. Staff felt that it was a worthwhile investment. Do you have anything to add about the LiDAR?
So we do have a LiDAR presentation for staff on tomorrow with South Nation to kind of get an understanding of what the LiDAR is all about and how it can be used for staff's purpose. So if council wants, we can definitely bring something back on Thursday to let you know if we think there is an interest for this LiDAR project moving forward, or go from there.
Okay, so my first question is that the presentation that we presented had a very, very nice figure of $5,600 and change.
Yep.
Now we're talking 11. So is that because if they don't get the funding, we have to pay it all?
Correct. That's exactly. We put the worst case scenario in the budget that if they don't get the funding from the feds, that would be our top end amount that we'd have to contribute.
So would it be fair to say, and I'm going to say this to our board member from SNC, that if they don't get the federal money, the project shouldn't go ahead?
Project will still go ahead. I think it'll go ahead in a reduced manner. I can't answer that, Mayor Byville. So if they don't get the funding,
So so tell me what SNC's board's thinking is, like, or what kind of motions have you set forth to make this happen? Because there's a big difference between the feds giving dollars into a make-work project versus us paying the whole shot for a make-work project.
be honest with you, I think they're going to have to go back. The whole project will probably depend on that 50% funding from National Disaster Mitigation Board. I know at the last South Nation meeting, they were hoping to know in March if they were going to be successful. They've already put a request for proposal or qualifications, I guess, if you will, for the engineer that would be involved in some of the work. But it'll all depend on, I think, a lot of it will hinge on that National Disaster Mitigation Program. And because we're going to have to go back to, different municipalities and partners and whatnot and see, what they will do. Because South Nation's contributing some, but not, their contribution, is coming out of our tax dollars. There is a small contribution from South Nation, but, they're also looking from the partners and stuff. So, right now, I think it's still quite up in the air, and how much will be done and, the extent, depending on that. I think it'll probably change everybody's attitude or minds on that.
So before we go to council for questions, comments, there was a small discussion at counties and the director of planning transportation suggested that it was a good project, and there was others on county council that said it was. However, and I'm not going to say they're wrong. However, I think a project of this magnitude, if it does not get 50% funding, is something that we can shelve till we get 50% funding. That would be my attitude toward it, and I wouldn't be prepared to put the whole thing in because that gives the impression that we're good with paying the whole shot, which I'm not. I think, that this is one of those dream projects you dream up that as long as someone throws a pile of money at it, sure, I'll do it. Yeah. But if I'm paying the whole shot, no, I'm not going to do that because it doesn't have enough benefits. for me. So anyway, before I go on, Deputy Mayor Gardner and then Councillor Wells.
Yeah, I actually, I agree, Mayor Byvelds. When I'm looking at it, you know, we have budgeted already $99,000 towards South Nation. I'm sitting at this table as a South Dundas deputy mayor, and I think that if we agreed to it, the most I would want to contribute would be contingent on them receiving funding. I am not interested in the South Dundas residents contributing the full amount. I think it has to be half and half. So,
Councillor Wells.
Okay, Sarah, this, so we added, you said $11,000 to the CNC budget for the, because originally, when I forget her name, but she had the delegation. Sandra came here, originally it was 5,600, right? Personally myself, and we had a good discussion that night. I don't think this is really gonna help our municipality, as far as I'm concerned. That's my opinion. For the way she presented it. So, at the end of the day, so what can we take off the 99,000 if we opted out completely?
If you opted out completely, you could cut $11,507. If you want to leave the 5,600, meaning they would get grant money, then you could cut $5,900.
So my opinion would for this year, because it's with COVID and anything, I don't think it's going to get off the ground anyways, and the funding's not there. So myself, I would opt to take $5,900 off that total price for now. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay. So Shannon, you had said that you're going to meet with SNC tomorrow on this.
Yeah,
Was there
tomorrow.
any leanings from Nicole and her and on inklings on this kind of project?
No, I think they want to kind of gain an understanding of what benefit it will do from a planning perspective, from a building perspective. They've also touched on municipal drains, so Danielle will be in there as well too. So we want to have a discussion. It's a 2-hour kind of overview tomorrow to go through the LiDAR that we did 2 years ago to kind of see if if we see there's a benefit from a municipal standpoint.
So the LiDAR that we have currently,
The
is
con-
it here?
Yes,
Do
so
you
the-
have possession of
Yes, we
what
do.
we paid for?
Yes.
Has anybody used it?
No,
Then my question to you is, why are we spending more money on doing more?
correct. Correct, and that's...
I'm not saying there's not a use for it, but
Yep.
it's like one of those toys that,
Yep.
tools that it's nice to have, but it sits in after 2 years, you wonder why I bought that tool. It was on sale Canadian Tire, but I wish I didn't really use it.
Yep.
And that's the attitude, you know. Hey, I confess, I will do that once in a while. Oh, I could use that, and then it sits there. Oh, I guess I didn't need it. Then my
Yeah.
son tells me why. But I mean, you know, I'm
We
not
have-
trying to nickel and dime it, but I could have lived with paying half, but to pay the full shot, I think that's something that we don't see the benefit of yet. So, and that's the challenge.
Yeah, so the initial LiDAR was completed early of 2020 or end of 19?
No, that was a long time.
No, it was
20 that was before our
19.
term. That was initiated.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
but it was a
initiated,
2-year...
but I don't think it was done
Yeah,
until.
it was a 2-year contribution that we did. We'd actually took, I think it was $14,000 that we ended up paying. We did it over 2 years. So it was in 19 that it was completed, and then we kind of got online in 2020.
Yeah.
And then they were going to do a presentation, and then COVID hit and kind of went out the window. So now we're kind of going back to it now that they brought back the second phase of the LiDAR. So we want to gain an understanding of if it's even a benefit to us, so that we can at least provide support to council on whether or not we think it's worth the investment or not. Because we really don't know.
So I
Mr.
think
Mayor?
from a council point of view, we've had enough discussion that, looks like Nicole wants to say 2 words about it, so go ahead. And that's okay, we need that, because we're sitting here all scratching our heads.
Yeah, so the LiDAR actually came to staff in 2020. It was flown in 2018. And unfortunately, because of COVID, we weren't able to train on the system and how it would work for staff specifically. And that's why we reached out to Sandra and her team to get a demo tomorrow to see if we actually want to move forward with that $5,600 payment. I would agree with council. I wouldn't want to spend the $1,100. That is a substantial amount. But yeah, we're hoping to get a better understanding tomorrow on, number one, how LiDAR affects SNC, and number two, how the neighboring municipalities are using it currently. So that affects planning, building, drainage, possibly roads and infrastructure. So there's quite a bit of benefit to it. We just need to make sure that it is an actual benefit to staff in South Dundas.
Okay. Councilor Mellon?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and I asked them not to question what benefit it is, because let's face it, the area that's going to be affected by the newer LiDAR will be back Princeton, area. We know where the flood is back there already. Sorry, there's already restrictions in there in the floodplains in some of those areas. I agree that I would like to see us, if they get the National Disaster Mitigation funding, that we put in the 5,900, is it? They're asking, but they mentioned 2 years, and I would like to, I think if we budgeted this out over 2 years, I don't even think we need to put in 5,900 in this budget. We budgeted out over 2 years. And, there is that option, so that would bring it down to, I don't know what the heck, whatever, half of. But I'd have to question whether or not it's worth 11,000 for back in my neck of the woods. I don't really see, personally, I don't really see much of there could be some benefit for drainage, but I'd really have to, they'd have to show me where it's going to be beneficial. Back in Princeton and Holbert, and we know where the flood is now, so we don't need an airplane flying over top of us and telling us where it is now. I don't know.
And I think that's the key. We want to be confident when we come to council that it's actually going to be a benefit to staff. If it's not going to be, we'll definitely tell council that we don't think it's an investment.
Yeah.
Cost for training?
No, SNC is doing the training tomorrow.
And this price, I guess, maybe also Mayor Byvel's will be depending on all the municipalities
Correct.
taking effect. So if there's the odd one that opts out, the price could be higher.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I would,
And I know,
personally, I would tap it out at what they've said, and
I know they're going after additional stakeholders as far as, EPG and
Yep.
St. Lawrence Parks Commission and all that, which could bring the number down slightly. Like originally, when they did present this back in November last year to the CAOs, like our contribution was 14,000. So it's gone down a little bit because they've reached out to other stakeholders, but we can hope that it might go down a little bit more, but we can definitely report back to council on Thursday on what we think the need is for this LiDAR, if it's a benefit to us.
would it be safe to say we could explore this again on Thursday after you guys meet with her and see what, I don't know, Mayor Byvel, that's just my thought.
Okay, I'm just going back to the presentation because that's what computers can be done for.
Sounds like the Instapot of the kitchen world.
Actually, that's St. Lawrence stuff. Anyway,
Yeah, they did say they can complete this project over 2 years. So there's another option for council if they wanted to, just commit to the money after the funding from the disaster mitigation. They could look at dividing that into two years if that's what council wanted to.
okay, the way I look, anything, Councilor Lewis, before trying to get this thing wrapped up?
No, I do agree with you, Mayor Byvels. I think if it was the 56 that they come up with the first time, I could live with that. But I don't think that we should be investing $11,000 of the taxpayers' money on a project that might just sit on the shelf and collect dust.
Okay, so there's three ways of looking at it today, and we can finalize our decision on Thursday if we need to, but I'd like to at least have some direction of where we're going today. we can contribute to the 11 full run. We can say we'll put in our half, which is 56. So if you get your money, you're great, and we're on. And we can split that in two if we want to split hairs. And the other option is not participate at all. My thinking is we'll put the 5,600 in, and you know, I can see some benefit, but I'm not going to be, you know, I'm not the full run on this thing. I think there's partners that have to be brought to this table to make this whole thing work. So that's the three. So choose.
I agree with you. I will not agree to more. If staff had said that they use it all the time, that'd be a different conversation, but not using it at all. So I don't think we should contribute unless there's matching funding.
Myself, I would actually opt out till I heard how your training's gonna go tomorrow. That would, as of now, I'm for the 56, based on if you guys come back and say it's somewhat, but it would really have to be A+ for me. If not, I think it's what I've heard from Sandra there that night she was here, I would opt out on it altogether.
Councilor Lewis?
I agree with you, Mayor Byvells. I would give 5,600 and no more. And wait to see what staff has to say whenever they come back on Thursday.
56 over 2 years.
Okay, so we'll budget 56 over 2 years, whichever way you want to do it, but certainly not the entire 11. And then it will be contingent on staff coming back with a favorable report on Thursday, assuming that we're still here. I do have a question. How much of the SNC conservation levy is dedicated to forest purchase?
I have to get my,
No,
Oh.
she should have that,
oh, sorry.
because it's separated out.
I just have the levy plus the 3.5%, but I probably
It's
have.
okay. You don't have to dig it out now, but sometime
Yeah.
it'd be nice to know those numbers, because people think we're just giving it all SNC, but they do purchase forest properties, and there's a certain amount that they levy against that, and that's been there quite a while, so. Okay. Anything else within that page, Sarah?
No, that's,
Okay, any other questions? We'll move on then, please.
okay, so our next one is the health services and debenture payments. So for this budget, it's basically all the in and outs for our loan payments. And then we have doctor recruitment for 50,000. If Shannon would like to speak to that.
Do you want me to speak about doctor recruitment or?
Sure.
Okay. So what we did was we did put some money in the budget for doctor recruitment as we've had discussions at the committee level, and there will be information coming back to council in the next couple months as far as a plan of how we need to engage not only our doctors but our community in doing doctor recruitment. So we've dedicated some money towards doing some of that, and I expect we'd have some further discussion later on in 2021. Don't really have a reason why we put 50. You know, council can put whatever they want, but we wanted to start with something because, as we've known in the past, that the benefit we have to recruiting doctors, and not only doctors, but even maybe a nurse practitioners too, is having some funding available for whether it's relocation, whether it's licensing fees, or whether it's a pay-for-service type of fees. So we've got some money in there to allow us to have that conversation and look at some options we can with that money.
Okay. Deputy Gardner, any comments, and Councillor Lewis on doctor recruitment, because you're both involved?
Yeah, I think that if you see what the actual was spent for 2020, that got us one doctor,
Correct.
one full doctor. So I think that the committee is not, the committee is not in favor of just slapping down large amounts on the table. I think that there's some creativity and there's some partnerships and conversations. So I'm comfortable with the $50,000. I mean, like I said, if we look, we've already attracted and retained Dr. Kuna, and it pays off in dividends because I know lots of folks in the community that are now going to him. So I think that's more than reasonable, and I think that's sustainable over years to come if we look at maybe a 5-year plan for doctor recruitment. So yeah, I'm more than comfortable with it.
Councillor Lewis, anything?
I have to agree with the deputy mayor. I don't think that doctor recruitment is one of the big keys of our committee, but we have had discussions about other avenues which could help the citizens of South Dundas. So I think 50,000 is reasonable. As we continue with our talks with our committee, there might be different routes that we might take, and which will be a benefit to South Dundas.
Okay. Any comments from the side of council on it?
Yeah, like 50 seems reasonable. Like every one of these recruitments is going to be a case by case. Some could require more, some could require less. Like last year, the 10,000. If I was a bet man, we could probably lower that by 15,000. But for now, I'm happy we'll leave it at 50. But I might change my mind on that later. Thank you.
Quick question. The 64,000 that wasn't spent, that was budgeted last year,
That would just go to the bottom line.
just go to the bottom line.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, leave the 50,000 in there. Otherwise, we're going to be coming back to council taking money out of general working reserve or whatever, because I don't think we need enough money in there to do that.
Okay, anything else? Okay,
Another part of that, or are we still on the recruitment?
sure.
The industrial park repayment, we budgeted 109, we spent 54. And we're budgeting again for 109.
I still have to put in one more year-end transaction for the payment. That's why it's been paid.
Leave it 50,000 in for the doctor recruitment.
Okay. Anything else?
No, sorry, can I add something about the last South Nation? I did find the forest number, if you wanted that number.
Sure.
So the levy was 77,856, and the forward land acquisition was $6,883.
Okay, so I think, it's good that the residents of South Dundas know that we are contributing to forest cover recovery, so that's our share. So I know the city pays a big chunk of it, but I did notice in our last SNC minutes that you had sent Councillor Mellon that they were looking at buying some more, so.
Yeah, they're always looking. And I cautioned them back a little while ago not to be setting the market on land, because the word will get out there that South Nation's buying land, that, but we had a report on, it was in camera, on the properties they're looking at now, but they're seeing, and I think you'll see that all over the place. And land prices are going up even on bush and forested lands, so.
Yeah, and to keep councils up to speed, counties also purchase land, but they're not actively looking for it. We have, last year we had one individual come to us wanting to sell his forest to the county, and there was some negotiation in that, and there was a tract that one person donated, so.
Yeah. they're the ideal situation, donations or tax receipts and whatnot. And they do work towards that goal, but
Okay, anything else on this page? Okay, move on then, thanks, Sarah.
Okay, so next is the council budget. Ethan, are you going to speak to that? Okay.
So good morning, Mayor Bevelds, members of council. We'll be reviewing the council administration budget this morning. 2020 has been a challenging year for corporate services department due to COVID-19 and the impacts on staff, operations, and service delivery. 2021 promises to provide similar challenges. In 2021, staff are seeking to continue to expand our electronic record system, expanding to other departments, improving staff processes, and providing advice to our county partners. From a communications perspective, the proposed 2020 communications work plan will be discussed at a later committee of the whole meeting, as discussed last night. The archives program has been impacted by COVID-19 as well, with the location closed to the public as of March 15th, 2020. Progress was seen on the newspaper digitization project, and archivist services were made available through email, phone, both to staff and members of the community as well. I'll now review the council budget. So regarding the council budget, savings were found through the reduction of mileage and council meetings and conferences due to COVID-19, its impact on the regular conferences cycle and virtual training, as virtual conferences and training are expected to continue through 2021. In addition, the wages and benefits increase for council represents the CPI increase of 0.7%. Please note that grants and donations will be covered later on in the agenda. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those now.
Okay, so first question I'm going to ask council. Last year, we decided we forego the CPI increase on the council wages. Council's thought for this year on that.
I'm okay with no increase.
No increase.
I'm fine with no increase.
yeah, we don't need an increase. We maybe get rid of the mileage too.
So the mileage has been reduced down again this year.
I'm going to buy a smart car.
So it's been reduced an additional $500 to $500 in the fund.
Okay, so council's desire is just to take the CPI out of that. I know it's not a lot of money, but I think that's, we have to be the leaders in that. So whatever that number is, you guys can do the magic and let us know later. Anything else on the
Yep.
council? Yes, Councilor Wells?
Actually, I would like to see the 20,000 even put down, because I think with this year, everything's still going to be all virtual as far as I'm concerned. And I think 15,000 is plenty for, well, no, we got meetings in there too, so, no,
Yeah.
I didn't see the meetings part. That's all depends on staff too, how many times they yank us in here, but,
Or the mayor does.
or the mayor. Okay, no,
Yeah,
we
we
just-
spent 22 last year,
Yeah.
don't forget. And I
Yeah,
know we did
no,
do
no.
a conference earlier on, but yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. We will be virtual. I would not deny any member of council an opportunity to do a virtual one if that's their desire. It's still, you say you're saving money, but you are on some expenses, but the conference expense is still $600 to go AMO.
And I'm
You'd be
sure,
sitting in your house.
and I'm sure that 22,000, probably 95% of it is like committee vote, the extra meetings when they are pretty, not that it really matters, but no, 20,000 is good.
Okay, anything else on? Okay. Any questions to Ethan on his overview of the budget within those pages? Okay, then you can move on to the administration side of it, please.
Okay, excellent, thank you. So overall, the administration budget has seen a reduction compared to 2020. Again, cost savings can be found in conference and seminars, meeting expenses, and mileage, all due to the impacts of COVID-19 on training, conferences, and travel to those locations. There are slight increases to postage and courier services and advertising, again, due to the pressures of COVID-19. Variances include legal and consulting fees as staff seek professional advice on several complex files over the year. The insurance line represents a potential increase of up to 20%. as discussed with our insurance provider and on par with current trends in the industry. To note, from 2019 to 2020, there was an almost 14% increase on insurance in last year's budget. So that's a trend we can continue to expect to see. And I'd be happy to answer any questions council may have.
Okay. Any questions on this page?
Certainly.
Well,
No,
I'm waiting for hands because
Yeah, I don't think so. I was wondering, well, actually, I do have a question. Wondering why the increase in the office expenses.
Office supplies, sorry?
Well, it's got the office expenses. I don't see the supply, but like, does the office expenses, what is that? Is that like heat, hydro? Is that supplies? Like what?
Yeah, so
So
it includes.
that-
Go ahead.
That includes the postage and courier service, office supplies, advertising, and copying expenses.
Okay.
So office supplies, it has remained the same at 55,000
Yep.
from 2020 to 2021. It's the postage that went up 4,000, and advertising that went up 2,000.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, thank you.
yeah, Councilor Lewis.
I would like to talk about the funeral assistant cost. I think 15,000 is low. We are so Dundas. We have a lot of families that are right next to poverty. They cannot pay their funeral expense, so that means that the funeral parlor has to come good with the money. I would like to see that change from 15,000 to 20,000, because I don't believe that the funeral parlor should pay 100% of 4 to 6 funerals a year free of charge.
Okay, so well, let's focus on Councilor Lewis's ask here. I know that Mr. Lapierre has called me on this and saying that he ran out of money last year because of, well, we ran out of money and he was he wasn't getting any more from us because the budget was not there. So it always depends on the year, but last year was a pretty busy year, and we do have a lot of people in Ontario Works and ODSP that when it comes to the end of their life, they have no money to deal with the funeral expenses. And as Mr. Lapierre says, he's not going to cheap out and do something that wouldn't dignify the family, the person in the family. So with that, Deputy Mayor Gardner, thoughts on that?
You know, if our funeral director is saying that it's not enough, then it's not enough. So I would support Councillor Lewis in adding $5,000 to that. Are we fairly aggressive in going after Ontario Works? Because I was under the impression.
So yes, we do, whatever the policy is at social services
Yeah.
in Cornwall, we
Yeah.
follow that.
Okay.
And we get whatever money we can there.
Okay.
And we also go after any CPP, death
Okay.
benefit. We still go to the well to get as much as we can, which
Yeah.
seems a little, it sounds greedy, but it's only being fair.
No, and I mean, I've had clients that were Ontario Works clients that had children or whatever, and just that's the only reason why I asked. So, okay, yeah, I will support. If it's not enough, it's not enough. So, I'm okay with the $5,000 increase.
Councilor Wells, on that specific item?
I'm actually good at leaving it at 15,000. Last year, we budgeted for 15,000. They didn't use the money all. More and more now with this COVID going, and I've talked to Danny and David too. The traditional funerals are pretty much gone. It's all right now. They cremate them. There's no funeral cost because there's no wakes. There's no going to the graveyard. So, like I said, they didn't spend the money last year going by this here. So, I'm comfortable leaving at 15,000.
I don't know, we can go back 5 years if you wanted to see what it was. Madam Clerk?
Yes, I will ask Madam Clerk to come in. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I want to bring to your attention, we've had it at this amount for the last few years, and we do survive on this amount because we do get the CPP back. We do not get ODSP money. That's incorrect. If they are on ODSP, they get the money from social services directly. We don't have anything to do with that. This money is for people who do not have the ODSP. And they're few and far between, and like I said, we do get the CPP, the $2,500 to reimburse to us, so that helps out our fund as well. So that way we can do a few more, or another funeral usually.
So I would like to say that, stay at 15,000, and I think we're safe with that. Like I said, we haven't went over it yet, so why put another 5,000 into something that we don't need to?
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilor Mellon.
I'm good with the 15 too. For right now, I'm gonna agree with Councilor Wells on this, but I'm fully open to, if that fund gets depleted, going to the working reserve to cover our shortfall over the, you know, if we're a funeral or two short, you know, if we're $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, you know, go to the working reserve for the year and then recoup it the next year in budget, you know. We never seem to get this reserve built up too much because it gets used up, but for me, I'm good with the 15, and if worse comes to worse, I don't think any of us here want to deny somebody the basic funeral, so that option to me is there.
No, it's a split house, so I can deal with this, so I'm gonna agree with Councillor Lewis's thoughts and putting the $5,000 extra. It is in a reserve fund, so it's not like we spend it unless we have to spend it. I know that funeral things have, you know, procedures have changed, as Councillor Wells has alluded to, but knowing the business people that run funerals in South Dundas right now, and they do 99% because there's only one game in town now, they run a tight ship and they run the fair ship, and if they think they need a little extra funds to do funerals right, then I think we as a municipality can look after those people that need a need, so I'm willing to put the 5,000 in.
On that page, if I can. Mayor,
Oh,
but-
we're not done, that's good, you go ahead.
Yeah, the consulting fees, we had budgeted 15, we used 45. What is encompassed under the consulting fees in administration? You know, and we got 25 budgeted for this year. Is there any way we can get that cut back?
Yeah, so staff used that as a fund for consulting services. So I believe the Winchester Springs Habitat for Humanity, I believe we're pulling funds from that. Did Pesky come out of there, or did that come from our service delivery? Service delivery, okay. So staff do use it to bring in expert opinions. I don't know if Shannon can speak a little more to the use.
We've also got some funding in there for butternut trees for industrial park that we need to take care of too for the proposed development. That was part of the arrangement that we would take care of the 4 acres that they purchased, the butternut trees that we took on. Plus, we are in Rob's budget. You'll see there's some other tree clearing that needs to be done in industrial park. At that time, we need to take care of all the butternut trees that are in there because we've done a study in 2019 that shows kind of where the butternut trees are remaining, and we need to take care of that as per the ministry's requirements. So that's enough money in there to take care of hopefully the rest of the butternut trees, and South Nation taking on that program as part of that.
And this is a new butternut program?
Well, yes. Yeah, because the last one we took care of was only
Yeah,
for
it's
that.
done.
That one's done. But there's still butternut trees that are in there, so as we take them down, depending on what category they are, we have to put new ones in our nursery at South Nation property.
Yeah. I would avoid that and let the developer, whoever buys the bloody property, take care of the butternut trees. I don't want us to go down that road again, personally. That's my opinion.
One of the things was it's a barrier when we're selling the property to have somebody take care of that butternut trees. Whereas if we take on that responsibility, then at least when we sell that property, it's one less thing. It's being done. It's being managed by the municipality, so it's being done right.
Okay, on that subject, so the accountant freak is coming out of me here now. Why are administration paying for an industrial park
Yeah.
thing? That's where it should be. If you're gonna deal with butternut trees, that's because of the industrial park, and that's where, if it's gonna be part of the economic development
Yep.
Shouldn't be in
budget, then in my opinion, that should be part of that whole thing, so. Not criticizing county treasury, but that's where my brain puts me. We still have to spend it, so no sense, we're just moving one account to the other, so
Correct.
don't
But
underestimate
it
that.
makes it clearer for us, for consulting,
Yep.
I was just trying to get my head around where we were spending that kind of money on consulting. But, there's always that.
Okay, Council Wells.
Okay, I have a couple more questions. On the wages and benefits, I see it dropped from 740 budget down to 608, and you budget the 604. Does that include the 3 new hires in that price? I know they're not, one's hired now, but is that 604 budget for the 3 new positions in total?
No, so that would be for 2 of the positions. It'd be for the admin and then the HR. The other position was put under drainage and planning.
So these, the HR and the drainage is, no, just the HR then?
HR and admin are included in this budget.
Okay.
That's included.
So, another thing, okay, that's included. I want to go to legal fees now, which apparently we went way over. But now, since this HR person, right, is supposed to handle probably at least 50% or more, hopefully more, I would like to see that. I think the lawyers should be dropped down to 30,000.
Comments?
Yep. So if I look at legal fees, it's one of those ones where we can reduce as much as you want, but it's out of our control. If I look at some of the files we're dealing with our solicitor right now, we've probably already spent almost $10,000 thus far this year. It's complaints that are brought forward that we have to defend.
Yeah.
So
I don't know. It's just,
If I look at the last probably 4 or 5 years, we're probably we're probably 50,000 or more.
because I don't know of that 88,000, how much was due to personal things.
Personnel?
Like, I can see it when it comes to Broadway or whatever, there are things up there and the other stuff we're all going through. But I mean, how much of that 88,000 was actually due to staff? And I'm thinking
I would say probably you're about a quarter of that.
quarter of that. So
Okay.
maybe 30,000, but
Okay, Sarah?
The 6-year average that we've spent on legal fees is 50,000
every year.
on average.
Like I said, we don't spend it if we don't need to.
But-
it's there if we need it.
Fully understood. Moving forward too, this HR person is supposed to cut down on lawyer fees, so why don't we take some of it out of the budget to get things down to reach that 1.3 or 8.3?
Okay, so Council Wells like to drop that down before going further. I will also caution council that do not mention any names or anything that we're already dealing with legal. So 50,000 or you want to go down 15, you said?
Yeah, I'll go down like take 15 off.
So
the
down to
50.
35, 50 or 35?
I think that the HR person will save us some money. However, we have yet to find that person, so I'm going to leave it at 50.
I agree with Deputy Mayor Gardner. I would like to leave it at 50,000. until our HR person gets into effect, and then we'll see what can happen over the year, and we will deal with this issue in 2022. So I'd like to leave it at 50.
Councillor Mallon?
I think, I hear what Lloyd's saying, but I think we need to leave it at 50. Legal is legal, and if I fall going out here, I might have to have something to,
Yeah, you might need a lawyer. Actually, at the end of the day, like, we don't have the HR person, so I am good, especially at Sarah's last 6 years, we spent 50,000. It's, I'm just trying to micro here a little bit, but it's,
No, I think,
I'm good at 50.
I think ultimately we can put it at whatever number you want.
Well,
but-
you can, at the end of the day, like, you
We
can
have
put it
to-
at 0 if you want, but.
Right, but
Get
if
a
we need a
lawyer, you
lawyer,
gotta
we
pay
need a
for it.
lawyer, right?
Yeah, exactly.
We are kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. So you
Yeah.
gotta,
No,
you gotta
that's
have
fine.
that expert advice. You have no choice in this day and age. Anything else on this page for any members of council? I do have one. I noticed we're putting $5,000 into a cemetery reserve. Somebody wanted to expand on why we have our cemetery reserve besides the ones for, I know we operate the Williamsburg conglomerate, and I know we have a bunch of retired cemeteries, but are we doing work that happened when I wasn't here that I'd like to be aware of?
Maybe Brenda can speak to that if she's on.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we put money in the budget because we had taken over mowing of the Dundas Cemetery, they had asked. And we were worried about some other ones coming forward, which there's another one, I think Iroquois Cemetery will come back to you in the next year or so. And also, we need to straighten some stones, but $5,000 won't straighten any stones, many stones, I'll say. So we needed to have a bit of a buffer there to do some of that work.
Okay, fair enough. That's a good explanation. Councilor Wells?
Families don't straighten their own stones?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, not in the abandoned cemeteries, no.
So, maybe you can explain what the difference between the active ones, the ones we kind of semi-own, and the ones that are not active anymore and we have to take care of.
So the abandoned ones are obviously inactive, so there aren't any burials or anything there, and they automatically just came to us. I'm not sure why. I think Matilda took them over in those days. And then we have the Williamsburg Cemetery Board that run five cemeteries. And sometimes they look to us for a bit of help with their mowing, if it's a good grass year, I'll say. And then we have the active cemeteries where the churches are still looking after them. But Iroquois United Church is closing, and they've contacted us because they're looking for us to take over their cemetery in the next year or so.
Council understand that? Okay, and then I do understand, from the province that if somebody wants to abandon a cemetery and download it to the municipality, we have to manage it, but there are ways we can, we have to manage it right, but I know we're in the cemetery business with the Williamsburg properties, but we need to be real cautious on how many cemeteries the municipality wants or desires to run, because in theory, if someone abandons a cemetery, that's it, done. Close her up and drive on, but we haven't been that cutthroat, I don't think. Yes.
Just a forward-thinking question. Have we looked at what it would, like, I know my family cemetery, it's the St. Lawrence Union Cemetery, it's got a board, it's managed, it's whatever. Have we considered that potentially we might need to have a proper cemetery set up so this doesn't become a thing?
Do you want to answer that, Brenda?
Sure. I believe you need to go down that road. You need to have a proper cemetery committee set up, because once the Iroquois cemetery, once they give it back to the municipality, it needs to be run because it's quite active. It has the cenotaph. Right? So you need to run it. You need to manage it.
I mean, that's just the proper way of doing things, and then looking ahead, having a proper place, you know, usually it's columbariums or whatever they're called now, less land taken over, but I think our residents deserve a proper place to lay their loved ones to rest without it being abandoned and all this fun stuff.
Go ahead, Brenda.
I think the Iroquois Cemetery is probably a good place to start with your committee, because they're willing to be active for, they said up to 2 years to help us transition. So I think that's a good place to get your committee up and running.
Further comments?
I do agree with somewhat, but if we go down that road, you might want to put a 1 or probably a 2 in front of that 5 for future budgeting, because once we have a cemetery board, we're just doing the bare minimum, and I agree with you 100% that, you know, but there's no activity out there, and I mean, once if we go down that road, people are going to be demanding that we, you know, do more, fixing headstones, you know, straightening headstones, and putting bases in, and proper bases in, and you could probably drop $500 just to at least maybe $1,000 into straightening and making a headstone proper, you know, and there's lots of them that are falling over, and so I somewhat caution that, and if you want to go down that road, that's fine, but it's gonna cost us more than $5,000 on an annual basis, quite a bit more than $5,000, and you know, maybe that's, I don't know if you want to.
Councilor Wells, since you are our cemetery board member in the great village of Williamsburg, and I can bring history in after, and then we'll tie this thing up with a bow, because
we're taking too long on this. As far as all the active ones, I don't know the number, Sarah, how much we end up paying. I know Brenda said about grass. I know the contract for the union. I don't believe we went over it yet as far as the mowing goes, but like you said, you get a good year, maybe our budget, like it's, our chair, it's kind of hard to get sometimes the full thing on stuff, but I think the 5,000 right now, as far as a committee, I don't know. I think graveyards are non-active. It could actually be added to facilities, as far as sending someone out to mow and to straighten a tombstone. If the rate's $1,000, no disrespect, Councillor Mellon, I might start that business. But I think we're good at 5,000. The actives are, for now, the actives are paying for themselves, and the rest I'm sure we can, as far as basically it comes to mowing. So at the end of the day, some stones, but mostly mowing. So I'm good at leaving at 5.
okay, so bit of history. The Williamsburg Cemetery Board fell on our plate when the amalgamation, because Township Williamsburg was doing it. All the rest were independently run. One of the challenges we'll have if we start saying that we'll take over cemeteries is we're going to get them all.
I know.
You will, because nobody wants to run them. It is a very tough business because of how it's gone, and there's never enough money. Even Williamsburg, it sounds great, but it's been slugging. And I know that there's ones in South Dundas that are desperate for money, and there's ones that have lots of money. And I'll tell you right now, the ones that you think have lots of money are the ones that don't. The bigger, the uglier it lands up being for how much it costs, because it costs a lot of money. You know, there is a perpetual care fund, and it all has to be worked, and you can only take so much money. There's so many rules you would look at it and say, how can we ever run it? So I think we need a full staff report before we go down the Iroquois United Cemetery run. If we're talking, then let's get that on the table and we can figure out how we're gonna deal with it, because it'll be the model for the rest. And the rest will just fall in place, just bang, 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 bang. Pretty well guaranteed, because I've heard it from enough people that it's a big challenge for those boards to operate. So I'm not saying, I'm good that we've learned where the 5,000 goes. And I think, going down the road, it might cost more. But then somebody's going to say, consider the issue of fairness, because there are cemeteries that people have bought plots and they're running tickety-boo, and why is the municipal ratepayers doing some cemeteries, not them all?
Yep.
So just I will caution you on that one right now, because that's what my thinking on this. So. Anything else from you, Brenda, before we go on this one?
No, thank you.
Okay. Anything else on administration? Okay, we'll move on to Treasury, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So for Treasury this year, I'll start at the top with licenses and permits. You'll notice that there is no budget for 2021. That's because the Treasury Department was taking other departments' revenue for some years. So that revenue has been reallocated to the appropriate departments. So it was mostly weddings and some bylaw fees that we were socking away. The next big variance you'll notice is with interest income. Our actuals were $85,000 compared to our budget 55. That is mostly due to some year-end entries with our internal street light financing. So we have that straightened out now. So I believe the budget number of 56 is accurate, just based on the interest rates we'll be earning on our accounts this year. The next major variance is down more with tax write-offs and billing costs. You'll notice our budget was 35 for 2020 and our actual was 83,000. The main culprit with that was we had some major commercial reassessments come through last year, but our big expense was actually farm tax incentives. We had a few major ones that actually one cost us just over $30,000. So I've been speaking with MPAC about the TIA process, and we haven't really come to any kind of conclusion yet. We did receive already this year a stack of reassessment. So I guess what happens in a nutshell is if there's a severance on a farm property, MPAC will revert it back to residential, but it doesn't happen all the time. So when they revert it back to residential, they're paying a higher tax rate on that property. So they have to file the appropriate paperwork to get it reverted back to farm. So in the meantime, the municipality is seeing an inflated assessment that's not, we're taxing it at the residential rate when it should be really taxed at farm. So we eat that cost for the write-off. So we've already seen a large amount of TIAs come through that we have to process. So I did up the budget by 15,000. I'm hoping that will be sufficient for this year. If not, we do still have some money left in our tax contingency reserve to cover that overage. Other than that, the transfer to reserves is for the industrial park loan. And I've also reduced our memberships and training just due to everything going virtual. We won't be going to any conferences. If Council has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, comments, questions, concerns? Hands up? Yep.
It's actually a broader question. So everything is going virtual, but at some point everything's not going to be virtual.
Yes.
So we're going to see a huge increase at that time with virtual meetings. So I appreciate for this budget how it's going, but it is going to be a bit of a challenge for future councils to deal with that huge bump. I'm hoping that it'll be a combination maybe of both, and the number won't go back to where it was, but that's just as I see this, we're very comfortable in the virtual world, but eventually things will go back and be expensive
I agree.
again.
Councilor Wells?
Yeah, I can agree with the deputy mayor, but I think at the end of the day, though, as municipalities and townships and everything see numbers coming in by, as far as like treasury training and that, you'll probably see them pass down that there'll be a lot more virtual meetings just because of cost savings. I could be wrong. Myself is virtual for council. Personally, I don't like them. I like to be in chambers. But I think with other departments and training, I think you'll see a lot more, like it's a new era going through, like with schools and everything. Like there's a lot of stuff that's, I think is going to continue through this pandemic. But anyways, like for now, I think it was a good move moving it down to 9,000. I'm good with that.
Councilor Mellon?
Oh, yeah, maybe you can clarify for me on 2020 budget variances, last paragraph, expenses, tax write-offs during 2020, the municipality had several minutes of settlements. What's several minutes of settlements to process from commercial properties? It just, I had a question mark beside minutes, I didn't know.
So when commercial properties, they have to go through, it's called ARB for reassessment. So whenever they're settled, we get, it's called minutes of settlement that says what their assessment will now be.
Oh, okay, why don't they call it that? Why do they call it minutes?
Yeah, so that's the paperwork that we receive from MPAC to process the write-offs.
I thought I'd missed the meeting, I didn't see it, okay. I'm good.
That's it? Councilor Lewis, anything?
No.
Okay. Nothing else on treasury then? I don't have anything, so. So the next one would be, is fire. I'm gonna suggest that we take a 5-minute break right now and then we'll get going after. So-
Cameron's also in a webinar from 10 to 12, so if we could skip fire and move to, I think it's building and bylaw next.
Whatever works, we're still taking a break.
Sounds good.
we're going to skip over fire emergency services because the fire chief's not available right now, and we'll go into building. Is
All right,
Nicole
thanks.
presenting this?
Yes, sir.
There she is.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So 2020 actually came in over expected for revenue. So last year we expected approximately $110,000 for building permit revenue, and we came in at 26,700 approximately, which is a lot more than what we expected, given people were stuck at home. But there's a lot more smaller projects that people were doing throughout 2020. Given that and the two major projects for 2021, we have increased it to $150,000 for estimated revenue for 2021. The two major projects are Dutch Meadows subdivision and Ross Video expansion. We actually recently found out that Merrimack is actually wanting to do an expansion as well, so that could potentially bring in some more revenue for building permits. All right, for the seminars and workshops, we do still have to maintain our Building Officials Association credits. And even with that, we're trying to reduce the training costs throughout 2021, just keeping budget in mind. That would also include part training for our building and planning technician, Tara. Materials and supplies has also been reduced. Building inspector mileage has been reduced as well, given we have a vehicle for building. The only mileage that would be used is for traveling for seminars and meetings if needed. Software and licensing was increased by $600, and that's to accommodate Office 365, which previously building was not paying into. I believe that's just a percentage of what the department uses. Consulting fees, sometimes for larger projects, we do need peer review, and that's what would be covered under consulting fees. So we're just transferring that estimated $3,000. Sometimes we don't use it. Last year we did use it for a couple of projects. And then we've also accommodated for legal fees under the building permits stage for any prosecutions under the Building Code Act. If we need to go to court, it would allow for those payments for the legal fees. So in 2021, we are hoping to purchase a vehicle for building. Currently, we have truck 80, which is still going to be used. I believe Jeff wants to use that for his mechanic. But with the amount of mileage that we're doing for building on a daily basis, we were looking for a smaller SUV 4-cylinder model that would reduce fuel consumption by at least 25%. We're looking to transfer $5,000 to reserve so we can replace that vehicle in 10 years' time as well. And the increase to truck charges accommodates a debt repayment. So the vehicle, it would be financed through fleet reserve, and building would be paying that back, as building is supposed to be a self-sustaining department for a period of 3 to 4 years. And I can answer any questions at this time.
Okay, so that's on the building budget specifically, so don't go to bylaw and muddle the water. So any comments, questions, concerns?
No, the only question that I had was about the truck, but it was explained good enough for me. Thanks.
Councilor Wells?
Yeah, I just have one about legal fees here. We didn't budget, and I understand what you just said there, but as being a CBO officer, is there any money that comes back because you are governed by the province?
in a situation, is there any money that a municipality can go after if there's lawsuits?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't think the province covers anything currently. These legal fees are just for hiring a solicitor to represent us in court.
Right, good enough. Guess that's as far as it's gonna go.
Anything, Council Miller?
No, the transfer to reserve is to replace this vehicle in 10 years, and then you've got the repayment of it, truck charges. No,
I will admit I did have questions about the accounting and why they weren't piled into the fleet, but now with that explanation of the department trying to be self-sufficient, that makes sense, so. Okay, there's no further questions there. We'll go on to bylaw then, please.
Okay. So you will see an increase in the bylaw revenues as Treasurer Sarah mentioned previously. Treasury was taking some of the bylaw fees through their accounts, but we have recovered those back to bylaw. That would include food truck charges, any land rentals. Yeah, sorry, my brain's just not there. 1 second.
Say that.
Parking charges, etc. Animal control cost recovery is based on the amount paid by other municipalities pay into our dog pound. We have some donations for the animal shelter, dog license revenue. So last year we saw a loss in revenue for dog licenses because people weren't able to come into the municipality and purchase those licenses. We have accommodated that for that loss as well for 2021, just given the route that we're moving forward in with COVID currently. We will try to maintain some of the revenue for the dog licenses, but it's a little bit more difficult not allowing people to come in to purchase those. And then we have the animal loss recovery of $1,000. We didn't have any claims for 2020. For bylaw seminars and workshops, we are estimating the same for 2020 at $2,000. So that actually includes municipal law enforcement membership training and courses for myself, Justin, and Andrew. Materials and supplies, the reason why that is at $5,000 is because there's some signage that needs to be replaced. For instance, behind our municipal center here, the fire lane signs were stolen this year, so we'll have to replace those. Contracts is very limited. We just want to maintain a small amount to ensure that we have a little bit of budget in case we need to contract someone in. Property standards, $500 in case we have to go in, cut some grass if needed. We would recoup some of that cost as it is a landowner's cost recovery basically. And then mileage, again, if there's any travel for training or if the vehicle is inaccessible, we would need to use our personal vehicles to travel. And for 2021, we also are proposing to purchase a vehicle similar to bylaw to reduce fuel consumption, again, at least 25%. And it's staff's understanding that we would not need a truck. We need something smaller, more economical, similar to an SUV 4-cylinder. It allows us to store some stuff in the back of the vehicle at the same time saving some costs on repairs or tires if we needed to purchase. Truck 74 is at the end of its life, so Director of Transportation is proposing to sell that on GovDeals for, I can't say the amount, but Jeff would have to speak to that. And then moving into animal control, Animal control fees are based on a 2-year contract with our current officer, I guess you could call him. And I can answer any questions if you have for the animal control. Beavers are always touch and go throughout the year. 2020 did see an increase in beaver activity, so we had to do trapping and removal of the animals to ensure there was no damage to our municipal drains or the animal itself. And then, like I mentioned previously, the animal loss payout was not requested in 2020. We're just carrying over that amount in the budget. And that's by law. I can answer any questions at this time.
Okay, so Nicole, for clarification, are you proposing 2 SUVs then, one for building and one for bylaw?
Correct. Yeah, both departments need a full-time vehicle. Justin is out patrolling 3/4 of the day, and Andrew is on inspections at least half of the day daily. And then I'm doing inspections regularly as well.
Okay, turning to Treasury, is this discussion now or is this discussion in fleet when we talk about it later?
I would propose saving it for the fleet discussion because especially like with the building vehicle, it's going to be moving and it's proposed to move to Public Works. So I think
Okay,
Jeff can do
fair
a
enough.
good job of explaining all the movement.
Okay. Comments, problems, questions?
My only comment is, in your report, it said about the bylaw students for the summer, so that's included.
yes.
Yeah, so that's included in the wages. I think that's a really good move. What vehicles will they use, or will they partner up, or are they on foot, bicycles, skateboard?
So the bylaw student is on off hours, so they would be alternating hours with Justin, so they would always have the bylaw vehicle as well.
Perfect.
And if they're on off hours, they also could use a vehicle for building, which we used last summer as well.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
No question.
Councilor Wells?
No, the only thing about, like, we budget for 8,000 for dog license, even if we have a shutdown again, we could keep the downstairs going because it's fully enclosed in glass, so allowing people to come in to pay taxes, hypothetically. So that number could go up or down, like it does. I'm just saying, hopefully it goes up to the 18, but like this year now we can offer that there's no reason no one can't come in and pay a bill. They won't be able to use COVID anymore.
Yeah, I would agree. We will still be advertising that the dog licenses are there. I just don't want to put it at $8,000 and us not come into that amount for revenue.
Understood.
That's why there's a difference.
Yep, no, all good, all good.
Councilor Mellon?
I guess sort of on that line, at one time we had somebody running around collecting dog licenses. I know I got caught with a Jack Russell that wouldn't be quiet, but sorry. That's going to be cost recovery probably by the time you pay somebody to drive around, and it probably isn't worth it, is it?
No, I think it would cost more in wages than it would to actually get the revenues on the dog licensing.
Thank you. As far as our kennel cost, we're not putting anything into a new. We used to put money away on a kennel for,
Yeah.
a new kennel or whatever, new contractor. That's
So we
gone now.
we do have $50,000 in a reserve,
Oh,
and
okay.
we're hoping to have a a consultant look into the proposed new dog pound. I believe Shannon can speak to this more, but we're trying to coordinate with other municipalities and seeing if they want to buy into the new dog pound, where it would be best located, and how that would proceed.
Okay, so there is that 50,000 that we had accumulated over the years, but yeah, there's 4 of us, I think, isn't there? Is on the dog pound, kennel, whatever the heck you call that thing.
Yeah, there is four. We did have a meeting just before Christmas to discuss kind of our plan forward. We did have a meeting scheduled with Russell to do a tour of the Russell Dog Pound just to see how things are working, try to get some information on their operating costs, their capital costs, and then having a meeting afterwards. But due to COVID, it didn't happen. So now with things opening back up, we're hoping to schedule another appointment to get in there and get some information. And the plan is, amongst the CAOs, they're all on board to do a partnership and to look at possibly is getting a consultant to come in and work with the consultant to put together operational plans, capital plans, selecting the best location, all that kind of stuff so that we can get this out and get some pricing and see where we want to go. So it's long overdue for sure.
Realistically, 50,000 isn't going to cut it though.
Well, I know
It's a start.
I know discussion with council, I think last year was the first year we took it back out, is we didn't
Yeah.
want to accumulate too much in there without having a plan, as well as I think our neighboring municipalities, were well above what they were putting in thus far. So once we have some numbers, then we can look at how we're going to finance it from there.
I think we just leave it as is for now. Yeah,
Yeah, I agree. We've got our share
yeah.
somewhat wrapped up. I wouldn't say it's wrapped up, but I mean, at least we have something in the bank compared to others, and then we can figure it out. Okay. The only question I have, Nicole, the beaver control, is that all for municipal drains?
No, it's anytime a resident requests a trapping, we send out our consultants, I guess you could call them, to go out and trap the beavers and remove them. So it's mostly on municipal drains, but we do have other areas that are not on a municipal drain.
If they're not on a municipal drain, do we have the legal right to remove a beaver?
If it's the landowner's request, we do.
We have
It's
the
very
legal
seldom
right
that we
to do
have
it?
that request.
What's that?
The legal right, yes, because the landowner would grant that right.
Okay,
It's very seldom-
I'm above the landowner, because does M&R allow us to do that? Because on municipal drain, we have the legal obligation to maintain the drain, and if beaver's in there, we have permission to remove the beaver and deal with the obstruction.
Building and bylaw do not deal with the obstruction. We're just dealing with the animal control. Danielle would have to speak to the dams and obstructions under environmental.
Okay, I'll have that discussion, we'll have that discussion when I'm just looking at where that account should be and how much beaver control we do. I know we do it, and I know why we do it. It was always part of bylaw because of our drainage superintendent was part of that whole sphere, but now we're separating it out and how we deal with it. I'll have a discussion on how we pay for it within municipal drains, and maybe Danielle can bring us up to speed at the time of why we take beavers out of places that are not municipal drains, but then we can go forward from there. Councillor Wells.
Danielle is on there right now if you want.
Well, I don't want to deal with municipal drains till municipal drains come on.
Okay.
Just to clarify, as far as removing beavers, our consultant are actually licensed trappers. So
Yep.
they're allowed to trap fur-bearing animals regardless whether they're in a drain or on someone's property. There is no season through on beavers to start with. It's basically, if you want to trap a beaver, if you're doing it for a living, you would do it this time of year because their fur's their winter fur. But I didn't realize that the municipality actually, if a citizen had a beaver in their back pond, we would actually pay to have a trapper, or is the cost put back on the owner?
No, sorry, it's not like in their pond. It would be, say if it's a branch off of a municipal drain on their property. So it would have to affect the drain somehow. It's very seldom that we get those requests, maybe one a year, if that.
So it's still pertaining to drainage though, correct? Okay.
Yeah, for
Okay,
sure.
my question's answered, I'm
Okay,
good.
so we'll have a discussion about municipal
Yep.
drains when Danielle comes on, because it's all separated out, and I know dams have come out of that, fair enough, but
Sounds good.
new information that's come to light, more to add. Anything, Councilor Mellon?
No.
Okay, then we're good on this section, thank you. We'll go on to planning then, please. Whoever's doing it.
Sorry, I didn't realize planning was next.
Yeah, it's right underneath it. Just keep on skimming through.
All right. Sarah, is the planning budget in the virtual package? I don't see the Excel.
The Excel wasn't included in the virtual package, just
Okay,
because
I'll just
it
pull it
was
up.
very similar to what the Vatum printout was.
No worries. All right, so December 7th, 2020, we did include more planning fees. So we're looking at an increased revenue for all planning-related fees for site-specific properties. You'll see an increase there of about $18,000. Compliance letters as well have increased over the past couple of years. So we're looking at an increased revenue for that. We also have fines and charges under the Planning Act if needed. And minor variance fees, those are site-specific cost recovery. So all of those fees are paid by the landowner that requests the minor variance. Wage and benefits includes the new building and planning technician, a portion of that, a portion of my hours dedicated to planning. And then you will see membership and conferences at $1,500 to accommodate training for planning. And then consultant fees is our Jail Richards consulting team providing assistance to the staff on planning related files. And that's it for planning. I can answer any questions.
Okay, comments, questions, concerns, Deputy Mayor?
Yep, so I see obviously the consulting and the subcontract for 2020 was quite high. Now it's coming down for 2021 and hopefully our hiring will really make up the difference. I think it's just nice to highlight that there was a cause and effect. It wasn't just adding staff to add staff. It was actually being fairly directive in going after our areas where the consulting was so high, and that's a pretty big number on consulting, so it'll be nice to see that number come down.
Yeah, consulting in 2020 almost doubled, so we're estimating that to not be nearly as much, given that we have a staff member in place and she's already helped out significantly in that area.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councilor Lewis?
No, I have no questions on this.
Councilor Wells?
Thank you.
No, I'm good.
Councilor Mellon?
The cost recovery, Nicole, what's that cover? And like, we're down from 5,000 in 2020, we only spent 635, and now we're down to zero. What is covered under cost recovery?
So cost recovery, we just pay the planning fees. So if we're advertising in the newspaper for a zoning bylaw amendment similar to the ones we just had, or one coming up for Muttonville, the township would pay for it, and then we would be reimbursed by that landowner.
Okay. I didn't know if it was anything we did with planning through South Nation, any compliance letters, nothing, that's a separate item? Okay.
Yeah, so essentially why that's becoming zero is it's going to be a behind the scenes. So because there should be no balance on that account, we're paying it and then we're being fully recovered,
Yeah.
or fully paid back. So we're just taking that out of the budget as it should balance.
I'm cool.
Okay. That's it then. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just moving on to Public Works. We have an hour plus, so we should be good. So. Jeff?
Good morning, Mayor and Council. So in front of you is the 2021 budget summary for transportation. The accomplishments for 2020 with the Public Works Transportation Department fared out very well due to COVID and all the challenges that other departments had. We were able to keep our program going. So to highlight some accomplishments, we did the completion of the reconstruction project on Ontario Street. We had the new asphalt pathways installed along the airport waterfront. We completed year 2 of our sidewalk replacement program. We completed the Williamsburg shop upgrades to gain MTO safety station certification. At the time that the report was submitted to Treasury, we were still waiting on the MTO for the approval. Last week, we did receive the approval, and we have been granted the success of opening up an MVIS inspection station. So that's great news. We completed the resurfacing capital works on Zirin Road, Broken Second, Smale, and Dr. Miller. Fleet purchases included our asphalt hot box and our 103 plow-off truck, which we share with Environmental Services. We completed year 3 of 5 of our retroreflectivity testing on all municipal road signs. To date, after this year's report, we have roughly 130 signs which have failed reflectivity. So we're doing another 80 to 90 sign replacements. And by the end of next year, the next year 5, we will be all caught up to date with our signs being retroreflectivity. Transportation was able to work safely during the COVID-19 pandemic, with 0 staff members becoming sick or showing symptoms of COVID-19. We completed the new parking lot in partnership with Recreation at the Morrisburg Docks, and we also aided Recreation staff with completing step number 1 of our Blue Jays project at Earl Baker Park. Our variances for 2020 are as follows. Catch basins and storm sewers were underspent due to the limited use of contractors. Hardtop patching, the materials was overspent due to our using our hot box, but contractors was underspent. So we've done some rejigging accounting wise, and we've moved 7,000 from contractor work into materials and supplies so that we can go and purchase more asphalt with our own staff members. Safety devices was overspent due to the purchasing of PPE for my staff members. Shouldering was limited for 2020 due to the roads, which was part of our gravel program. There was very limited entrances which needed to be topped up. Sidewalks, again, underspent for contracts as we did more in-house repairs than getting contractors in. Line painting, Mr. Mayor, you made reference to this last night in your report from SD&G Council, County Council, that we were underspent for center line painting because we did not do any center line painting for 2020. In 2021, we will be doing center line painting on Lakeshore Drive, Carmen Road, and on Ottawa Street, where there is presently a yellow line and white lines showing edge of shoulder. Our winter maintenance was overspent based off of materials and the increased cost of stone dust and the liquid, which we place on the stone dust and salt. Our GPS was overspent due to switching to another company as a supplier and purchasing additional equipment to support their GPS hardware. Hopefully within the next 2 years, we'll have all our units with GPS track and trace on it, so the full municipality is covered. Training, there was very limited training in 2020 due to COVID-19. I've since spoken with AORS, which is the Association of Road Supervisors, and they are telling me that training will resume for 2022. So our staff will be trained on proper pre-shipment inspections and some other training courses. Some 2021 budget planning ideas. The purchasing of a hydraulic hose machine, the purchase of a mobile wood chipper in partnership with Recreation. I could let Danielle speak on that because it will be used more in recreation due to the dead trees in the parks, where with my staff, we can use the wood chipper, that if we have trees that fall in the country, we can go out, chip them up and blow the wood chips right back into the bush line, to save time running back and forth to dump off branches of, or loads of wood. We're looking at our OSIM report. We're looking at bridge work, guardrail, and treatments on culverts which have a good rating off of our OSIM reporting. The purchase of street lighting for Crookshank Way, micro surfacing, being a joint tender with SDG, and double surface treatment with a fog on Kelly and Bell. We're looking at doing year 3 of our sidewalk replacement plan. This will be year 4 of 5 for our retro reflectivity program. We're going to do a crack sealing program on Parlow Road, and again with the center line painting on Lakeshore, Ottawa Street, and Carmen Road. If there's any questions at this time, I'd be more than willing to answer them.
So Jeff, looking at your list here, because Treasury's, I'm just trying to separate the capital list from the actual work list of this. So the OSIM report is a have to. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
That's correct.
The year 4 or 5 of the retro reflectivity program, that's on, and should be continued. Crack sealing, is that part of your capital work, or is that part of ongoing maintenance?
That's part of my ongoing asphalt hot mix program via contractors. So that's
Okay.
where that's going to get absorbed into that.
Okay, and the center line painting, of course, is within operations too. So the rest are all within capital, which we will discuss later. So our first part of this discussion will be strictly on operations, and we'll start from there. Go ahead.
Just a quick question. I know we've had some initial conversations, but budget time is good time to bring this up. Fuel consumption is always a concern, and actually I'll start with transportation, but I believe this should be for all departments. Have you guys put in a logbook thing? Not a logbook like MTO logbook, but every time people fill up, they kind of put where they've been and stuff. Do you have those books in your trucks?
No, we get that via the fuel receipts. Sorry, when each vehicle submits fuel receipts, and I code it under fuel, which shows where they purchased the fuel. That's
Okay.
where we're at.
Okay, so do you have and this isn't reflection on how I feel about staff or anything, it's been common practice in any of the government vehicles that I've driven for accountability that generally speaking, there's a book that every time you get in at the beginning of the day, you put where you're going and how many kilometers the trip took. Do we have that?
Well, we have pre-trip inspection books.
No.
So when the operator gets in, they do a pre-trip inspection to mark down defects or have mileage, starting mileage, and that they signed it. That's a pre-trip inspection. That doesn't track fuel. No.
Okay, so we don't have anything that kind of breaks down the where the truck's been for the day.
No.
Okay. Sorry. No, I think that's an important element of the accountability when we're talking about fuel expenses. I know it's a royal pain in the behind, but I've had to do it, and if I got in the truck, drove somewhere, got out of the truck, drove somewhere else, I had to write down where I was going and the purpose of the trip. And I think that money's fairly tight, and I'm kind of surprised that we don't do something like that where it's registered across all departments. More of a comment, sir.
No questions.
Councilor Wells.
Yeah, I'm kind of agreeing with Deputy Mayor about gas accountability. We know as far as all the snow plows and all the big trucks are GPS, so you know exactly where they're going. But I think it's a good thing because
our gas bills are high, and not saying they shouldn't be there, but as far as having a journal in each truck, it wouldn't take much to make an entry, say in the day, well, I left Williamsburg Yard, I had to go to Matilda, then I came back and whatever. So I think it would be a good thing. You said yourself there before in the org view about the gas tracking it and stuff you brought up yourself, Jeff. So I think it would be a good thing to get into a routine that every department, just not like straight across the board for all half tons, are accountable for where they're going each day, so we can keep track of not wasting fuel. And I think that a lot of that comes on like leaving it up to the directors to make up a program how to go about that. Saying like you double up, you try to make like, and we've all done it, drive all the way here, oh, I forgot my ladder, I gotta drive all the way back. Well, that's two trips back and forth. So it's just, it might be like micromanaging a bit, but at the end of the day, you save your pennies, you're definitely in the fuel, you'll save your dollars, especially with prices going up. Other than that, like I have no questions till we get to capital. Everything is pretty much straightforward. The winter maintenance, which is it's a hard thing all the time. It just seems like this year I didn't think I would actually see our actual that high to what we budget for, because we didn't have any snow till after the new year. So the beginning of 2021 starts January 1st. So I thought there would have been quite a bit more savings. I was hoping when I opened this up, I was like seeing quite a bit. I don't know if we can save, like if the cost between stone dust compared to salt. The stone dust must be cheaper than salt, Jeff, to buy.
Salt right now is $98 a ton. Stone dust is $12 a ton.
Yeah. Plus that additive, which
Still cheaper.
no, it's still cheaper. I agree with you there, Mayor. But I don't. At the end of the day, your own personal opinion as far as I don't know what we spend on this additive, but I don't know if it's really doing what it's supposed to do. I'm just going by my road, but that's for another discussion. Like I said, it's a hard one to, I guess you put it in there, and if we don't use it, it goes to the bottom of the line anyway. So, but other than that, I had, I don't see, did I have it right from? There was this one here. What was this?
So, Mr. Mayor, could we touch on winter materials, seeing that Councillor Wells brought up that point?
Sure.
So, operations, I fully understand that council doesn't see the background side of things, but for salt management, this year we reduced the amount of salt that we're putting on the road. In last year, we're talking about 2019 into 2020, the spring of 2020, we were putting out 100 kilograms per lane kilometer of salt. We reduced that this summer, and now we're putting out 85 kilograms of salt per lane kilometer. That's based off of road temperature. Very seldom do we need to jump to the next level. The next stage in our salt system is 100 kilograms per lane kilometer, and that's when we're hitting like minus 13, minus 14. That, you know, we just put that little extra. As far as our winter mix, which is the stone dust, the salt, and the liquid, we've reduced our salt by going to that mixture by almost 10%. I would say 15%. So out of 2,000 or out of 1,800 ton of stone dust, just for Matilda alone, we used 130 ton of salt, and then the liquid compensates for the rest. So the liquid creates its own brine when it's on the road. So you made reference to you don't see the effects. Well, I could see the effects because the material is down, and then when the snow falls on it, I'm starting to see melting occur because of that brine that's there. And I know that stone dust never melts snow, but all that stone dust is covered in that brine. So it is creating a brine effect, which helps bear off the center line faster after a snow event. So that's kind of where I wanted to touch on the winter maintenance.
And I agree with you, Jeff. Like, I understand what a brine is fully. Like I said, you see the roads more than I do, but at the end of the day, we saved was what, $25,959. So at least it's not over 29,000 or 25,000. But no, other than that, everything's good. You're cutting back on the salt, which is, I didn't realize salt went for $99 a ton, but it's all good. I imagine the counties know exactly because they buy a lot of it.
You don't want to see their salt bill.
No.
No, it's $2 million.
All right. All right, it's good to go.
Councilman Allen?
Yeah, maybe I missed it. I was here taking notes, but our the funding, we went from 864 to 436.
I can speak to that. So the OCIF funding, that was 2 years worth because we originally planned to do Ontario Street back in 2019. And then when it didn't happen, we carried over that funding to 2020. So in 2020, we doubled up on OCIF and also gas tax. But this year, we just have our 2021 allocation to work with.
So this is, okay. So last year was double, and this
Yes.
year is just, okay.
And then also with gas tax, for last year, we received a top-up amount as well. So it was almost like 3 times the amount of gas tax.
Okay. Can we expect that this year again?
No.
I know, sorry. The only, I guess, thing that sort of, I'm thinking we personally, I think should be at least at what we were last year is brush and tree trimming, especially roadside brushing. We were at 40,000 last year, we spent 52, and we're down the budget at 32, 33. I think we're a long ways away from being caught up as far as our brushing on roadside work there. That's the one area I do have circled. I think we need to keep that. Yeah, I don't want to be going up, but I don't think at 30 or 33,000. I question that. And airport maintenance, is that the insurance on the airport maintenance?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Okay, Jeff, you want to comment on your brush and tree trimming plan and dollar-wise? Because I do concur with Councilor Mellon that you if you drive the roads, it's a challenge in places, and it's getting worse.
So my brushing and tree trimming is when we go around and do road patrol, my staff identifies areas of brushing. I'm still challenged with, do I sacrifice and just do one beat? And when I say beat, one plow route, we have 9 plow routes, disregard the 3 that are in Morrisburg and Iroquois. So I'm up to 6. So do I just put my unit up and just get one area done, or do I jump all over the place? There's my challenge. I know there is hot spots, and we are going to get to them. I'm also seeing our brusher, he went out on Ridge Road, and when he was out brushing, he caught a bell line, and the bell line was just laying on the ground. So then we get the phone call from Bell that you broke our line, so I had to defend that. So, because ideally you would like to get the trees down below grade so that they don't come back up, and it's easier on mowing grass, and you're not putting little tree stumps in through a tire. So my challenge is, do we jump all over the place and we help out the ag community, which I know where Mayor and Mr. Mellon is going, or do we just go to a plow route? And that would be a conversation I'd love to have outside of here. But I do have areas that we do need to send the brusher to. There's no doubt about it.
So my comment to you, Jeff, and I think and I'll allow Council Mellon to respond, is that I think I like your idea of doing plow route as a plan, and do, that be your 90%. You're still gonna land up with the 10% you have to do on top of that. I'm willing to defend the plan. If somebody says, I got trees in my road and they gotta be dealt with, they should have been dealt with years ago, and said, well, this is the plan we're gonna do, and this is where you are in the whole mess, does that work? And that kind of stuff. We're way behind, and when you're way behind, you may not land up just doing one. You may land up having to do 2 runs just to start catching up. So I think bringing a report back to council on what you think, your vision of how we should do 2021 and 2022, and how you would deal with the one-offs or whatever, because you're right, they cost a lot more money than just running up and down a plow run. And however, there's some odd roads that combines don't tend to go down anymore, and equipment is getting large, and that's the opposite challenge we have to face. Even trucks hitting branches, all you have to do is take your snow plow out and just go along the road and see how many branches you hit, and there's your answer. So, Councillor Mellon, your response to that?
My thoughts exactly, Mayor Vivels. I think we need to start with a plan and go by section. It costs us too much money to be jumping all over the place. It's too much time and too much money to me if doing something like that, and it doesn't look like we're getting anything done if we jump here and jump there. I'd much sooner, do a plow route and then have the odd offshoot where, you gotta go in and clean up, from freak of nature, if you will, something gets, but yeah, and I think we need that plan. I think we need it sooner than later, and I don't know what council's feelings on that is, but I'd like to put that number up to 40,000 in that number. That's an increase of 7,000 on that. I think we should be at 40,000, what we were budgeted last year, and work from there. I don't want to see that number down. We're just kidding ourselves. We'll be back. We could very well easily be back up to 53,000 again. So, yeah.
Okay, Jeff, do you want to defend your number, and if you think you need an increase, as Councillor Mellon's suggesting, if that's something worthwhile, or are you good with the number you have chosen?
Where is he looking? Can I ask you that? Are you under brushing and tree trimming?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so the first line I have is wages. Then I have benefits and contracts.
We're looking at the general
Brushing.
the VADM sheet, and that's where he's getting the total number.
Yeah.
10,000 is what he has budgeted under contracts for brushing and tree trimming.
But we do it ourselves.
That's what he's got.
Yeah, so,
And wages, yeah.
So we do that work ourselves, so that would be absorbed under wages. The contracts for brushing and tree trimming is if I hire an outside contractor to come in and take a tree down and dispose of the tree. That's all brushing is for to hire Barn Owl Tree Service or hire somebody to come in and drop a tree. That's either too high for me to manage or it's around hydro wires. The wages is absorbed whenever my brusher is out and he puts in the GL code for brushing and tree trimming is P2, then that goes against wages. So the 25,000 is the brusher out with my regular staff and trimming up trees.
You follow that all?
No. So the 33,000.
He has reduced the budget because of potential wood chipper. That was part of that contract thing. So that's why you're losing that 10,000 in the full GL account.
Well, I could make a quick decision on that wood chipper right now, but we
We're
want
not
to get.
going to right now,
I know.
okay?
Okay.
One step at a time.
Okay.
But if we make the decision we don't want the wood chipper, this is implicating this budget hard.
Correct.
Yeah.
So maybe that is a discussion we need to have. What do you think, Madam Treasurer? Because if we don't have it, it's gonna, the whole cascading effects of it is gonna hit, right?
Yeah, so what happened was we reduced contracts by $10,000 for this year. That's contingent on purchasing the wood chipper. If you don't purchase the wood chipper, then we have to add the 10,000 back in because we'll need more contracting services.
Ooh, there's a thought, eh?
But it also affects parks by not having that wood chipper
That's
budget
correct.
too.
It's a joint purchase between Parks and Rec.
Because if you take out the wood chipper, then it affects, you have to increase the parks budget.
Okay, so
considerably.
let's go through the budgets and we get the capital and we will,
Yeah,
it'll be more than words when it comes to the wood chipper. It'll be, we're paying X for the wood chipper, we're saving X, what, you know what I mean?
walk me through
Over
the
a number
numbers.
of 4
that-
years and then we make it. That's how we have to figure it. Yeah.
That's where Sarah works her magic and she brings all those numbers back tomorrow to us.
Yeah,
So just keep that in mind. Like,
Yeah.
saying you need a wood chipper is great. Proving to you need the wood chipper, I'm going to tell you right now, council, I can sense it from council. You need to prove dollar cents wise why we need a wood chipper,
beyond a shadow of a doubt.
and we don't have
Yeah.
that right now. So anyway, so we'll leave it the way it is. I think the 10,000 is plus or minus, and we'll deal with it then.
Okay.
I think Jeff's going to bring a key information report to council. It won't be buried in general consent. It'll be buried under discussion, and we will see if that's something that we can live with for 2021 and 2022, because I think you need to have it's more a 2-year plan for sure. If you want to go beyond this, council, that is up to you, but I'm more concerned about this council and getting to where we need to get to.
Okay.
Okay?
Just one more comment, like, when we're talking about, like, you're bringing back a KIR for the trimming and that, Jeff, for your hardtop patching, which you're using your hot box and stuff like before, do you have the same type, have you developed a plan for that for the next 2 years based on like potholes and stuff as, like, do you have a plan that you're doing a plow route with the hot box?
So, I'll just show you the outline. So what we do twice a month is my guys go out with a piece of paper like this that has the road names of a plow route. And they're looking for potholes. Is the pothole on a paved surface? Is it on a non-paved surface? Is there the signs broke? This is my road patrol sheet. So I operate off of a road patrol sheet, which is based off of a plow route. So whenever the guys come in, I hand them a plow route and I'll say, here you go. It's got the road identified that has the pothole on it. So it's not that they're just driving all over the countryside looking for potholes. They go out and I hand them a sheet. There's 9 routes, as I said before, and they go out and we try to, in the spring of the year, we try to knock off 2-3 crews, and we try to get as much done as we can while we still have our part-time staff here helping us out. So yes, there is a plan. It's not on paper, but it's right here.
Yeah. No, I fully understand that, Jeff. As we have to do a monthly patrol anyways, in the summer of all the roads is every 30 days. You have to go around, so on that 30 days when they're doing their 2 days or 3 days, whatever it takes to drive around all the roads, is that when you take your sheet and write down the info, then it comes back and you make a somewhat plan off paper to deal with that, like the potholes and the hard patching?
Well, I tell them what roads to go to. I'll either physically hand them the piece of paper, or I'll tell them to go to roads A, B, C, and D and get the potholes knocked off.
Okay.
And that's how we operate. But we do road patrol twice a month, the 1st and the 15th of every month during the summer season.
All right. So at the end of the day, you have somewhat of a plan, so
Yes.
it's good. Okay, that's all the questions for me.
So my comments to you, Jeff, is I know you run a department that's a little bit variable, but the variability within the variances in your budget are extremes. They're either way over or way under, so maybe you just need to monitor that and ensure that if anything goes way over, that we as council know about it before we get to it at this time. The other question I have, and this is to Treasury, winter maintenance reserve, are we budgeting to move more money into that pot of money?
No, I don't believe we have the we have the transfer from last year, which was 50,000 that we didn't need to use because we're under. Actually, sorry, yes, there is a transfer of 50,000 again to winter control.
I already seen that. This is a test question, just so you know.
Almost failed.
You can't find it, you go back to the reserve things. So I went back, yes.
Yeah.
So, I noticed we saved about $25,000 budget the actual on winter maintenance. Going back, because I'm, okay, yeah. I would propose we just move $25,000 over. That was the savings from last year. We'd have then close to 100,000 in that account, and I think that's more than fair. I don't want to, I think the way you would budget it is whatever you saved the year before you put in. If you spend more, you take it out. And that way you're kind of working. No sense in just piling money in a reserve and say, well, we're not going to spend it. Well, why you have it there? For the snowstorm of 71. Well, yeah, the snowstorm of 71 comes. I think we're going to go land up working into the working reserve to deal with it. But normally, I think 20, that would take down to 25.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Okay, so that's an easy 25. Okay, anything else on public works specifically? Okay, so now we're going into vehicles, fleet. Okay, you got some
Touch the bridge work till capital?
capital.
Okay.
And then they can explain the magic of that, okay?
Yeah.
Hey.
How many days?
Hey? Okay, so. He's getting there. So
Where are we
we're just
jumping?
looking at the fleet accounts, and that deals with the transfer in and then all the expenses with fleet. And that will take care, I think, some of the concerns that Deputy Mayor Gardner brought up, and I actually have more to add on what I'd like to see our employees do with their vehicles, and I'm talking every vehicle we own. However, who would like to explain the fleet revenue side and how we're going to deal with that, and then we'll go on to the fleet expenses.
Did you want to show the fleet revenue, Sarah? Is that what you want to do?
Sure. So the equipment rental credit, that's just the internal accounting for the different departments. So you'll see an expense for truck charges in the various departments, and then the corresponding revenue comes to fleet under equipment rental credit. The transfer from reserves is the transfer from the fleet reserve fund to fund the proposed purchases for 2021 under fleet.
Okay, any questions on those two items? Okay, so then we'll move into wages and benefits and all the other goodies that have some concerns. So.
Okay, so the vehicles for gas and oil are, as explained, small tools, there's nothing for small tools. Licensing, the licenses are for all our vehicles within the municipality. They're due on, or sorry, not on, they're due in December. So that's not reflected on here because it was used with the MasterCard. So that got posted for January. As speaking with Deputy Treasurer Mason, we have removed 4 vehicles off the road for the 6-month period, 2 being 2 single axles and 2 tandems. We only put 6-month license plates on those for this upcoming 2021 season. The repairs, we could just jump over repairs and not talk about repairs if you want.
No, I think that's one of those big glaring lines that somebody needs to explain, and we need to have a discussion.
So repairs, back March of 2020, I brought a report to council on costs which we had incurred up to March, totaling probably 60,000, which are over and above what we would call regular repairs, oil changes, lights, and whatnot. Just vehicles or concerns that we could not, you cannot anticipate for. Since March, we have incurred the following costs to bring it to where you see it right now. And I could break it down by unit number, Mr. Mayor, or I could give you rough ideas of what we're spending. Which would you want? Would you want a unit number with a rough cost? So you get a better idea?
I think that sounds fussy. How fussy does council want to be? Because we've been here all day going through every unit. We have over 100. I think globally, we have a global concern.
Well, I can break it down, and there's really 5 vehicles that come to mind for additional costs. One being Unit 68, which is a plow truck. We put $4,500 worth of hydraulic hoses on it. We're purchasing our hydraulic hoses third party from an outside source. So one of our capital items is a hydraulic hose machine, obviously. Unit 76, which is a single axle, it had $16,000 worth of motor work, and it had $1,500 to pass a safety for tires. Unit 84 had, which is a single axle, it had an engine light on, which in turn cost us $1,000 to have that repaired. We put $7,300 in a turbo, and an electronic module went in it, which ultimately derated the vehicle, and that was $1,300. These are expenses that we could not foresee. Unit 89, this is the catch-all. It's a farm tractor, but it's also our lawnmower that gets absorbed in 89. Hydraulic hoses. It's had a differential. It's had 2 differentials actually, and it's had more work done. $3,200 for belts and a new frame. The frame caught a tree stump and twisted it, so we had to do a repair to the lawnmower. The grader, it's had electrical work done to it, and the shovel has had some hydraulic hoses repairs. Those are just costs that go against that repairs and maintenance budget that we just can't foresee. I feel very strong that 140 is the number, 140,000 is the number, and my mechanic does as well. It's just these little, I want to call them one-offs that we can't control whenever a hydraulic line is going to go or engine work to the tune of 16,000. Yeah, so that's my explanation, and I've got it all broken down per unit, and I'll be willing to answer any questions which you may have or suggestions.
Okay, open the floor on that.
Okay. Okay, Jeff. So I understand when you say the items that we have that have to be dealt with. I get that. I think my issue is with the process surrounding this. So I don't like whenever the big overage comes to the table and there hasn't been any prior discussion. I understand you're in the field, things have to get done, but there definitely needs to be a process put into place where it's not just a free-for-all. I don't know, do you sign off on every repair that is done prior to it being repaired?
Once the invoice comes in, my mechanic notifies me of what the issues are, and then when the invoice comes in, I sign it off, yes.
So you don't sign it off before the work is done?
The repair gets done by my mechanic. He's the qualified person to make the call. He's not going with the most expensive parts. He uses Napa, he uses our local people to get the parts to do the repairs.
Okay, so but what I'm saying to you is there's no, if you supervise the mechanic, correct? He's your staff member that you supervise? And I'm not speaking personally to the mechanic. I don't know the mechanic. That's not what I'm speaking to. I'm not speaking to personalities or job at all. I'm just speaking on the process, because it just seems to, it's one thing to say that we have these repairs and they have to be done, and things can get out of hand fairly quickly. It seems like we don't have any checkpoints put into place to deal with the escalating costs. And that's my concern. My concern is not whether or not they have to be done or not done, because obviously this equipment needs to be used in the field. My question is around the checkpoints that are put into place, that the conversation happens a little sooner rather than later. I mean, as you said, March 2020, it's 60 grand, and then we fast forward and it's, doubled? So or tripled maybe, tripled. I'm concerned about some of the checkpoints, and I'll give you an example. So the residents that are watching this, if they go to a mechanic in the garage with their car and they have to have the mechanic does a quote. If the mechanic goes over a certain percentage, there's consumer rights that, you don't just go crazy and fix everything. There has to be some checkpoints, and I'm concerned about that, where we're dealing with actual numbers, actual things that have to get done, and there's actually a discussion that happens before it's done. Because I don't know a staff member that can just go spend $100,000 without having any checkpoints.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to answer your question, Deputy Mayor, Shannon and myself did have a conversation yesterday, and we are going to implement a new procedure where the work order comes in, the vehicle is looked at, and a rough guesstimation or quote is then issued onto what the repairs will cost. If that's I hope that answers your question. And then we'll bring that forward. That's the best I can do right as of now that we are introducing safe measures.
Okay, so that was one of my most major concerns, is about the procedure. Rightly so, I'm not a mechanic, and I recognize that, and I'm not trying to be, but I do think, and I'm glad to hear that that's being worked on, because for accountability and checkpoints with this process, I think it will help moving forward, or it should.
Just one other thing to add. In our conversation yesterday, not only will it give us accountability internally, but it will allow the departments that are affected by it, so our fire and emergency services, our landfill, and our bylaw and building, is to have those conversations with the mechanics so that they're aware of the issues at the forefront, rather than getting it after the fact and when they have control of their budgets.
Thank you.
Council Wells.
Yeah, I own big equipment, and I can fully see how you get to this point. To deputy mayors about the 100,000, we also give the directors that they can spend up to 15,000 on things. So I do like the program thing you're saying, like brings a work order, you can start a work order and whatever to keep track of it. But at the end of the day, unless it was something to before a vehicle came up that you had to put 20,000 into a motor, I would like to see you come to council, say, well, you know what, we should scrap this vehicle, even though it's not meant to be done for another year or two. It's just case per case. This year, yeah, we went way over. Myself, it's a hard thing. The only thing you save by the hoses, I can see that. I would like to see like vehicle repairs, like you do each vehicle, right? So like when it comes to us, like you would have vehicle repairs for the big trucks and everything, like all kind of lined out, and all the half tons, whatever. But at the end of the day, I don't think you can manage it, but at the end of the day, we got equipment that's got to be on the road. So it puts everyone in a spot, like if we get the work order out, well, at the time, if we got to go and spend $2,000-3,000 because of whatever went on a couple tires blew or belts or whatever, it's got to be done. Then you bring that to us. So it's
I think this is the first time that maybe there's a lot of things that got us to this point. First of all, by not having a mechanic. Second of all, by using third parties. Third of all, by not having an MTO registered garage where even though Chris can do all the work, it still has to go out to a certified shop to get your safety done. So these numbers are big, but there's it can be kind of explained to the public somewhat. And if you believe like 140, I would take that you budget for 213. I think I would feel safe at putting that down to 160,000, just because we did a lot of work on the vehicles. Chris is now his second year, so he's got a plan. He's got most of the equipment, what I can see. Hopefully he got most of everything up to par, because the fire trucks and everything seems to be, there was big bills on everything. But by saying that, I think it's, if you want to start a work order, be more accountable, it's a good thing to have. But at the end of the day, vehicles have to be fixed. So when you own big vehicles, it costs money.
Yes, Jeff?
So to answer you, Mr. Mayor, so to just to touch base on what Councillor Wells just said right there, the 213, Councillor Wells, is a representation of 140 plus 73,000 in extras, which my mechanic has identified. So he's identified as our little sidewalk trackless machine needing paint. Two of our tandems needing new lights at the back end. Our John Deere backhoe to extend the life of it, giving it a paint job, and it needs 2 new front tires. That's where the additional 73,000 equaling 213 came from. So if you didn't choose to do any of those extra repairs, I would feel confident in trying at 140 again this year. That's just a quick explanation on that 213 number.
Okay, thanks, Jeff, but I did see the extras in there. I'm reflecting the drop to the 140,000 based on all the work that's been done. If we went per unit, all the work that's been done on the vehicles, hopefully, like, I know if I take my boom truck and do a safety, is put all new brakes on and new tires, I don't have to worry about that for the next year. So I wasn't going to the 73,000. I was reflecting on the 140, just to make things clear. 213, like I said, I think we can get away with 260, even with the same, just based on what I've seen repairs on all our equipment, like the big equipment. The half tons are irrelevant. It's like oil change, tires, it's ordinary stuff. It's your big trucks where, in your graders and stuff, that's where you run into the problems. As far as this regular maintenance, as far as half tons go, but your cost comes to our big vehicles. So by saying that, unless something happens again, but as far as what I've seen, the repairs that's been done, I'm confident at 160, but again, we'll go around. If at the end of the day, I would support you if you figure you need that full amount, but I'm just thinking we probably get away with 160 overall, including the extras. Thank you.
Councilor Mellon?
Oh, yeah. Quick question. You said in your list you were run down there with repairs that we put 2 differentials in what?
In our farm tractor.
2.
We put
Why?
a 4-wheel
How?
drive
Who?
in the front end. We put a 4-wheel drive in the front end. International, and I'm not beating up on International, maybe John Deere has the same feature, that when you're in 2-wheel drive and you apply the brakes, 4-wheel drive engages as a braking assistance. Mowing grass on the side of the road, it gets pushed quite a few times, and it rounded the gears in the 4-wheel drive. So then we put the tractor in 4-wheel drive once we got it fixed to solve that problem, and we burnt the tires off the front of it. because it's always pond. So I couldn't, there's no winning on that unit. And then with, just recently, we put a differential in because one of the gears broke off the differential. One of the teeth broke off and it had to get repaired because it was only grinding. We couldn't push snow. And we use that tractor for every snow event because it's got the big pusher blade on it to do all the bridges out in the country.
Okay. Luck of the Irish. I like what has been suggested here. I'm sort of leaning towards Councillor Wells' budget number. The 73 is sort of spoken for, and look at the 140, maybe reducing it down. Big stuff's gonna, the only other thing I might add is whatever our budget number is, when we get for the unseen issues, and we don't need to be micromanaging and looking and saying, okay, well, but when we get to the 80 or 90% of our budget, come back to council and say, I've got 80%. If I say cut this down to 100,000, you come back in 3 months' time and say I got, because of this, I've already spent 80% of that 100,000. We can sit here and say, well, we should have put more in it. But just so we have a heads up, so we don't get these big numbers coming at us, and then, and we could maybe, I'm not suggesting we MacGyver anything up on our equipment because that's not going to work. It does on the farm for about half a field, then it all flies apart real bad, and then you spend a lot of money. But anyways, I would like to see that, a benchmark at 80 or 90% or whatever of whatever we come up with the budget, so that we know when we hit that number, and then we can, at that point we might as well put some more in it because we under budgeted. But I think we can get away with 100,000 and the 73. So I'm thinking 170,000 in that area total. But it could come back and bite me in 5 months' time, and but.
Are we done?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so, sorry, Don.
It's okay.
My own fault.
No, it's okay.
I skipped. Go ahead.
Well, Jeff, I'm not going to harp and go on. I think you've heard it all. A lot of their concerns were the same concerns that I had. What really blew me apart is whenever I heard we put 2 differentials in the tractor. That was a little hard to understand, but I concur with my colleagues. I'd like to see that that number brought down to either 160 or 170. In 2020, I think that we did an awful lot of repairs, and I don't think in 2021 we should have a great number like that again. So I'm going to go with my colleagues and say between 160 and 170. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so we're hearing numbers going down. I haven't said anything yet. I kind of agree with that. So here's my thinking on this, because this has gotten, when things go out of control as a cost center, we have to figure out why. And sometimes figuring out why gets extremely specific. So my suggestion is that we implement a vehicle cost and maintenance record. So every vehicle in this fleet, every piece of equipment that the mechanic has to deal with, lands up having either, if you want to go old-fashioned, file folder, but if you want to go electronic, we can do that. That will account for its initial cost. It will, and this is on top of the daily record. The daily record is the person gets in, he does his vehicle check, he writes down the kilometers, he puts fuel in it, like that Deputy Mayor Gardner brought up, should be done. But I'm also talking about a file folder in every vehicle, whether it's file folder or a spreadsheet, that we account for every cost every specific vehicle is. Because we've gotten to the point now that account has gotten beyond our control. And this is one way of figuring out why. 1 year of being a very tight number cruncher, and the mechanic coming up and justifying. I like that idea that he has to justify why he's doing it. He also needs to seriously look at why it can't be repaired and why it has to be replaced and not can't be repaired, because those are concerns. And if something breaks for a reason of personnel not being as careful as they need be, and something to be accounted for. They're not driving their vehicles; they're driving municipal vehicles. So, I'm not saying they're not regarding their equipment, but it's easy. So, it's got to miss and bring it in the mechanic, or if there's something. There may be a bit either not fussy enough or too fussy, but that's what I would implement a full vehicle cost and maintenance record, and after a year or so, you'll figure out where things are going wrong. And I appreciate his thinking of looking ahead and painting vehicles and stuff like that. I don't have a big issue with that, but these are not have to do, they're nice to do's. And we need to bring this one under control, because if you add up the cost of our mechanic plus the cost of our vehicle repairs, you're at almost $400,000, and I haven't accounted for the garage sitting there doing, looking after that and his vehicle and everything else. So we're probably spending $500,000. Fair enough. I'm not saying we shouldn't, but we did have a mechanic at one time that wasn't costing us this much money. Then we had a period of nothing where we relied on others to do our work. And to be honest, the others out there can do a good job. They've looked after, I know for a fact, the fire fleet for years and years and years. We never looked after it. And as much as that's maybe not part of this budget, that's something we also have to consider in this whole budgeting mess when it comes to vehicle repairs and maintenance. So I think we need to fuss fart this one a little bit. I'm also willing to decrease that budget down a bit and see if we can manage within that budget. And if we can't, then bring it to council and we'll have another discussion. But that's my thinking on this. Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I fully support that, Mayor Byvelds. I think we do need to dial down on this particular file. I do think that the message in my mind is the fact this is the amount of money that we're budgeting. Things need to be tried to work within that budget, not overload that budget, then come back asking for more. I think it has to be a realism conversation. So I know I haven't owned machinery like Councillor Wells has, but I've definitely had machinery in budget lines. And I can tell you that even somebody who is not a mechanic and whatever can usually ask some questions and save a couple of dollars. So I think conversations need to be had. I like Mayor Byveld's idea. I'm kind of surprised that's not happening, but each vehicle having a record of it, because there are lemons as well. And maybe that's the conversation, that if something is breaking down and big items are being replaced, there are lemons. And if a certain piece of machinery is just costing too much, then maybe instead of just keep throwing money at it, maybe there needs to be another conversation. So I think, no disrespect to anyone, including yourself, Jeff, but I think this is an item that I know the residents of South Dundas are quite irritated about, and I think it deserves our attention.
Yes, Jeff?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to answer your question about what each unit is costing us, we do presently have that. I've got a GL ledger sheet right in front of me with the unit number and how much is spent on it to date. I can easily submit that to you. At my mechanic's garage, there is a file folder which each unit number on it with a work order and the invoices that were spent on that unit. So there is a tracking device mechanism in place already that our mechanic did put in place. As far as controlling things, I'm doing my honest best. I'm a family member of a dairy farm as well, and we try to regulate costs. So I am trying my darndest, if we can say that, to keep the costs down. And I would be negligent in the fact of not trying to do that. I guess my question for you is, you were throwing numbers around, and I heard 140 and I heard 160. Is that just the budget number, not doing any of the extra repairs? Or is that doing some of the repairs that were identified in the 73,000 plus the 140 that's already an existing repairs and maintenance? I got lost there. Can you please explain that?
Okay, so what I'll do is I'll go around the table and so right now you have budgeted 213,000, which is 140,000 plus 73,000 in extraordinary repairs. So that's your ask, and I will allow each council member to come up with a number. We've already had some preliminary discussion on that. So in the end, we'll have a number within the draft budget, whether it's 213 or it's higher or lower. So the mayor start.
I'd start around 175.
I would say 170.
Council Wells, you ready, or you want me to go?
No, I'm ready. I'm 170, 175. We budget last year for 140, so I don't think we're going to do that. I say we split the 73, so we'll stick at 175 is good for me. I'm good with that.
70, 75. I can live with either one, but I don't think it needs to be any higher than 75, 175.
Okay, so council's desire is to make that 175 and for you and your mechanic to work within that budget. I appreciate that you've got some vehicle cost and maintenance records. That's a good thing. I still believe with Deputy Mayor's thought that we have each person driving a vehicle, and every vehicle has a daily vehicle log that incorporates mileage driven that day, mileage start, mileage end, fuel used, and accounting for the inspection of that vehicle every day, because I'm assuming that they're municipal vehicles. Somebody should walk around them before they start getting going in the morning. And whether it's a large fleet or a large truck or the brand new SUV that the building has, you never know. And I'm not saying we all do that in our daily lives, but I think that's an expectation we have at a municipal level for more cost accounting. Okay? Yes, Jeff?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I will honestly do my best to keep the staff and council informed. I will, I'm not trying to hide anything, but I will keep you informed via KIR on where we're at for fleet repairs. And if any big ticket items come up, I'll definitely keep you guys informed and look for your guidance.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you very much. Okay, it's 11:59. I'm going to not assume lunch is here, but just check. I'd rather go on any further than this, so don't want to really start environmental services because that's too big a one.
Sarah, are we going to talk
Okay.
capital?
What's that, Jeff?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, are we going to talk capital because we're still on the road side of things after lunch, or is that going to get pushed off?
What do you want to do, Madam Treasurer?
It's up to you.
What's council want to do?
I personally would like to go through everything, then go to the capital.
Okay, that's council's desire is to continue on with operating and then capital in the end. So that's our plan.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
So you say lunch is not here. Okay, well, we'll break. Okay, and welcome back to our afternoon session for Budget 2021. This afternoon, we're going back in our agenda. Fire Chief wasn't here this morning available, so understand he is now. So welcome Chief Morehouse to our budget meeting to present your Fire Emergency Services budget.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. As presented in your package, you'll see our 2021 draft budget. So we'll just go through it real quick, line by line here, what we can. On the outstanding transfers from reserves, we don't have in there, we still have a bill to pay Bearcom on our radio system. I do have it. They have mailed it to me, but I haven't paid it because they haven't finished the work yet, but it's going to be around $70,000, but that will come out of 2020's money. Moving down the line, wages are set by finance. Conference and seminars, we did knock a little bit off that. We do perceive that we probably will attend at least one in November if the vaccinations and everything else get out. Plus several virtual conferences and training seminars. Specialized training, I do want to talk about that for a minute. We didn't increase the number, but we have a number of firefighters who want to attend outside courses at Lyndhurst and other the regional training centers. And we have joined forces with Jade Transport here in Morrisburg to host a hazmat training for our firefighters. Looking at the numbers of rail cars that run up and down the CN line, looking at the trucks that run up and down the 401 and even the ones County Road 231, we do have a major hazard. So we are going to join forces with them and hold a one-day training session on hazmat and what we can and can't do. Materials and supplies, just to let you know, we've increased that by $3,000, which is already spent, which kind of I already knew. We had to recert our SCBA bottles in February. The 5-year certification was going to run out. This is something that has to be done under NFPA and the manufacturer's recommendation. So we spent $22,900 this month getting those recertified already. Utilities, phone, all that is set by finance. Uniforms, we've knocked down a couple $1,000s. We've got quite an inventory of uniforms and station wear. We're reusing a lot, and it's saving us a considerable amount of money. Building maintenance, we increased by $5,000. That includes almost $19,000, which was recommended to fire by the building services, Nicole and her department. So they've already done some work. Their budget was about $19,000, so we increased that line by $5,000. Vehicle maintenance and repairs, which we talked about a couple council meetings ago. I'm asking for $12,000 more. I told you that at the time there was some invoices from 2020 still yet to come in. Some have in the total of about $8,500. So I feel that $1,200 increase will just cover the outstanding invoices from 2020. I would like to get the injectors done in 184 this year as a additional maintenance and repairs. It's starting to knock and thump, and it's been recommended by the mechanic. I'm also going to recommend under maintenance, vehicle repairs and maintenance, that we move our safeties to midsummer. Right now, our safeties are in September, October, November, which leaves us a little time to react. As our conversation a couple councils meetings ago, I think by doing that, we can react to how much we've spent. It'll give council a better opportunity to ask questions, and we can be better prepared moving forward. Fire prevention, again, if everything goes well, we'll be able to hold our open houses in Fire Prevention Week. We have knocked that down by $3,000. Health and safety, it's down $5,000. We will offer first aid courses this year to our staff, our online training to keep us compliant. And we have some people on our Joint Health and Safety Committee that will need to take the JHSC Level 1. Capital, as we have in our asset management plan, we've got about $85,000 to purchase this year in bunker gear, helmets, boots, and other PPE. And that's about all I have. We did ask for $10,000 more again to be transferred into our asset management plan, looking forward to 2026 to help cover all the future expenditures that we will have. I can answer any questions or comments that you would have at this time.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Gardner?
No, I'm good with that, Cameron. I mean, I think my concerns around the vehicle maintenance and that have been addressed in another conversation. So, no, I'm good.
Councillor Lewis?
Although it has been looked at, the vehicle maintenance and repairs, Cameron, I would just wish that you would keep an eye on what is being spent, because when last year's final come in, it was a little bit of a heart stopper, and if it's getting close to where this golden number is, please bring it back to council, just so we are aware of what is going on at that time. Thank you.
Councillor Wells?
Yeah, everything's pretty straightforward. I just had a few things that call it penny pinching right now, which I'm trying to do. On the uniforms, we budgeted $7,000 last year when we actually only used $1,515, and you budget for $5,000. I personally myself, like you said, uniforms, I think we can put that down to $2,500 and to save that. And going back to the vehicles, and we already went through this with the roads department and stuff. There was extensive work done on all the vehicles this year, so as I was buying about the roads, I think not quite as bad as the thing. I would like to see that 50 brought down to 40,000. So it'd be the savings of 12.5 overall, and then the capital we'll talk when we get there. But other than that, everything looks good for me.
Okay, can you comment, Chief Moros, on uniforms and clothing to justify it, or we'll listen to?
Yeah, so no, I have no problem with knocking that down a little bit. We do have some in reserve. We've got to buy 4 or 5 uniforms for some new hires, or 6 uniforms from last year that went through and graduated. They come in about somewhere between $500 and $600 a piece, unfortunately. But it is what it is, and like I say, we're trying to save money by reissuing clothing that we've got quite a stockpile of down in our station in Iroquois. So we are trying to save money on that line. That's for sure.
Okay, so you would accept $2,500 as a?
I can take that. Yes, we can accept that as a new number. Yes, sir.
Okay. And we'll keep in mind Councillor Wells's repair number for now. Not discouraging it, but I'll see what Councillor Mellon goes and myself.
I don't think I have anything right off the top of my head. Mayor Bybels, that hasn't been, I didn't have anything circled, so.
Okay, so my concern with the vehicle maintenance is the same. I expressed during our fleet discussion and how it has escalated significantly, and I know you are fully aware and concerned about that. If we went down to Councillor Wells's recommended $40,000, do you feel comfortable with that?
If we drop that to 40, I, right now, would not be prepared to fix the motor on the International, the 8 grand.
Okay.
And
Well,
again, that would be, I would still ask that we move our safeties to midsummer so we at least know where we are and we can, rather than, yeah, we're way too late.
Okay, well, in theory, you can safety any time within the year. That's up to you. Once you reset the timeline, it's up to you as an operational point of view. I would assume you would want to kind of safety your vehicles in some sort of fashion so they're not all tied up at once. So I will leave that up to you as an operational person. But yeah, because you don't want to see all our fire apparatus at Williamsburg Garage and there's a fire call in Iroquois. So.
No, we have them quite spaced out, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thoughts on Councillor Wells's proposal on the 40 versus 50?
Well, Cameron, you're saying it's the difference between an engine repair on the one vehicle and not, and obviously that the one vehicle that you're talking about, the engine repair, what's the specs on that vehicle? Like, what's the use? What's the... You mentioned it was like $8,000 or $7,000.
So I've talked to the mechanic. He feels that if we can get about $8,000 worth of work on that motor, it's cheaper to do that than to wait until we blow it and it's going to cost us $30,000 or $40,000 to fix it. We still got to get another 4 to 5 years out of that truck. I feel it's wise to fix it at this time. Rather than leave it and take the chance when we do have a major incident and then we lose it sitting on the side of the road because we've blown an injector or something gets down in top one of the pistons. So.
And everything else on that vehicle is sound? It's just that issue?
It's not bad. Yeah, it's got 400,000. It was bought used. It's got I believe 400,000 kilometers on it. It's so again.
So how long have we had it? Since when you purchased it, how many kilometers have we put on it?
That was bought, I believe, Mr. Mayor, under the former fire chief, if I remember correctly, so right at the beginning of his term.
Is it the used one that came from Madawaska Township? Is it the tanker?
Yeah.
Is the Western Star tanker?
No, I'm talking about the International.
No, I don't know. We bought the Western Star.
Okay, all right. So I'm not sure where that came from. I do know it's got quite high mileage on it. Other than that, it's a pretty sound truck. But like I say, we still need to get at least another 4 or 5 years out of it now, as of right now.
Okay. So it sounds to me like it wouldn't be responsible to not do that repair. So I would decrease it down. I guess we'd only save about $3,000, but decrease it down to include that repair. But I'm okay bringing it down a little bit. But I think that repair sounds like it probably should be done.
Which number truck is it, Fire Chief?
184.
184 7300 International?
Yes.
Yeah, that. I'm not sure where it appeared from. It could have been a transfer from another department, put a tank on. Is it the tanker?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's more than likely there was some switching-aroo. That was way back in the old days when we had 3 departments, to be honest. So that's the only way it got its mileage on it. That's for sure.
Yeah, and I mean if it's sound otherwise, I mean.
Okay.
No, if you say it cost $8,000 to repair the engine and it's going to last another 4 or 5 years, maybe 6 years, I'll stick with the $50,000. $8,000 sounds a lot better than $40,000.
Councilman Allen?
Yeah, that's the trouble. We're rolling the dice here a little bit. We'll come back and kick ourselves if that is the case. You know, we try and save a little bit here and it ends up cost us in the long run. The truck has to be fixed. we could drop it a couple thousand, but, I think we need to have a number higher than 40 in there to, if you wanted to bring it down a couple thousand, bring it down to 48 instead of 50, but that's, I think.
I'm good at leaving that 50.
Okay, well, it's a worthy debate. I think 50 is the right number. If it's all it is the injectors, I think we're good with it. If it gets beyond that, we need to have a little discussion here at council then. Okay. Nothing else on the fire chief's budget except for capital? Okay, so we've all agreed capital's waiting until last. Do you want to do capital and fire separate? Or just leave it the way it is in the big pile? Okay, I heard all at once, so. Fair enough. I don't think we're going to change any minds there, but maybe I'm wrong. Okay, thanks Chief Morehouse for now. We'll see you later and during capital.
Thank you very much.
So we'll move on to environmental services. Call on Danielle, please. She's presenting us stuff. Pay attention, please. You're not unmuted, so I hope you're not talking.
There we go. Sorry, I didn't want to unmute myself. So.
Okay, we'll let you restart because there's a lot of dead air coming there. So.
Okay. So good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So today I've put together a brief presentation outlining the budget highlights for both operations and capital in the Environmental Services Department. The reason I decided to do a little presentation is the Environmental Services Department is currently home to, we have 4 divisions in the Environmental Services Department, 3 of which are in the taxation budget, so waste management, drainage, and parks and recreation. I do also have the Parks and Recreation Supervisor on the line today to help go through Parks and Recreation. So general overview of each operational budget will be presented to council, and at the end of each division's operational budget there will be a pause for questions, if that's okay with council. I did incorporate capital into the presentation, but of course if that's council's decision to address capital later on, we can come back to it. Is there any questions before I begin?
No, go ahead, please.
All right. So to begin, we'll start with the Waste Management Division. So waste management is where services such as curbside garbage, recycling, composting, hazardous waste, landfill operations, and environmental sampling occur. The Waste Management Department currently services 4,000 homes weekly, sees over 7,000 visitors to the landfill, and interprets results for over 350 groundwater and surface water samples a year. This particular year, so 2021, the Waste Management Division hopes to achieve 4 goals. The first being policy and planning, and as we discussed last night at the council table, there are quite a few policies that are changing both at the provincial level and the federal level. So staff's goal is to address these policy changes and incorporate them into the municipality as best as we can. Our second goal is to continue to offer sustainable and efficient operations. So looking at all of the operations that we have, as well as the facilities, and continue to make sure that they're not only sustainable, but they're protecting public health and the environment. Another goal that we have is to develop regional partnerships. So we're looking at fostering regional partnerships with private and public stakeholders. We continue to do this with the counties, as well as our neighboring municipalities, to look for service efficiencies as well as cost savings. And then our fourth goal is to really push for education and communication. This is something that we didn't really do much of in 2020, but we would love to continue to increase this amount in 2021, especially with the new bylaw coming into place in May, as well as the new contract occurring beginning May 1st. So looking at the operations budget, we broke down the budget into 6 categories. So the first category I wanted to talk to council about is the revenues. So in the waste management budget, we are seeing an increase in revenues. There's a few reasons why we were going to be seeing increase in revenues this year. So we are increasing bag tags from $1.25 to $3, and this is to offset the costs associated with the increase to the curbside collection contract. We are anticipating an increase in landfill tipping fees of about $65,000 in 2021. And this is just because we have a full year of the tipping fees that council approved in 2020. We are looking at a transfer from reserves of the Service Modernization Fund, which will be used to offset the Matilda consulting budget for the emergency expansion that council approved in February, as well as using that service modernization funding to cover the costs with looking at next steps, which will be presented to council in June. There is also an increase in revenues from the Resource Productivity and Recovery Authority, which is the authority which gives the municipality a grant for its curbside recycling processing and collection. So we are anticipating an increase from them. And we are also seeing an increase in the sale of recycling based off of the City of Cornwall's information that they have given us this year. So the City of Cornwall pays us for the recycling material we deliver to them. So we are expecting that increase just based on market prices. The second item in operations, so now we're going to move into expenses, is contracts. So the majority of services in waste management are contracted out, as council knows. So we do have a series of waste contracts, and the waste contracts are primarily divided into 2 things. We have our curbside waste collection contract, which we are actually seeing a decrease of $27,000 in 2021, and that's due to the new contract. And then there is also a decrease in our landfill contracts of $23,000, and council will note that this is due to us bringing the compactor services internally. So because we've brought in the compactor services internally, we are seeing that savings of $23,000. This contract section also does include the new diversion programs for mattresses and construction and demolition waste. So those have been incorporated, and we still are seeing a savings of $23,000. We also have a recycling contract. So we are seeing an increase in recycling contracts. This is not due to the curbside collection contract, but rather due to the increase in price of recycling processing at the City of Cornwall. So the City of Cornwall charges us a $301 per ton charge for the recycling processing. However, this is moving to $309 per ton this year in 2021. So there is a little bit of a jump there. For council's note, we do currently ship about 581 tons of recycling to the City of Cornwall a year. We have seen significant growth over the last few years, which is encouraging from our diversion front, but that also does mean that we see an increase in costs from the city. And then the last is our composting contract. So we are seeing a decrease in composting contracts of $9,000. However, there is an increase in our materials and supplies to offset this, but this is what council approved for the drop-off depot days. So this contract would be the private contractor that's collecting that material for us on those specific days. The next section is consulting. So the municipality utilizes a consultant to complete its annual reporting for the MECP, as well as to collect and send groundwater and surface water samples to a lab. Historically, in South Dundas, consulting fees have been under budgeted for. So the municipality, unlike other municipalities, we do have 2 landfills, one being closed in Williamsburg, but it still does require annual sampling. And the other, Matilda, does require a broad spectrum of sampling and volumetric scanning. So staff have budgeted $105,000 for 2021. This accounts for the emergency expansion, the annual sampling at Matilda and Williamsburg, and the annual reporting for Matilda and Williamsburg. And as I mentioned before, the emergency expansion portion of this budget is being offset by that modernization funding. The next section is staffing levels. So at the landfill, there are currently 3 staff, 1 full-time, 1 part-time staff, and then myself. However, my wage is split into other departments. The landfill staff are present at the landfill on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. And in 2021, they will also be responsible for manning the composting drop-off depots. They are also utilized by other departments as needed, so we do make sure that they are being utilized to their fullest extent. You will see there is a decrease in 2021 of wages and benefits, and that's just because my wage is being allocated appropriately to the other departments that I oversee as well. Training has also decreased by $2,000, and this is because we can't travel to any training courses. However, they are still offered online, so we did maintain a small training budget so that we could still take the online courses that are offered. With regards to materials and supplies, so landfill site materials and supplies remains uniform, and this is to account for uniform signage at the tipping face and office supplies for the landfill trailer. Similarly with recycling materials and supplies, this budget has remained unchanged, and this is for signage at our new drop-off depot. If council's been to the landfill recently, you'll notice that we actually have constructed a new drop-off depot to promote the diversion of mattresses and construction and demolition waste. This signage will be to educate users on where their items should go. The compost materials and supplies budget has increased, and this is to purchase the signage for the drop-off days that council approved in February. And there's also an increase in compost site truck charges of $7,000 this year, and that is just to clean up Morrisburg and Iroquois. And that's an internal truck charge, so that will be going back to Public Works. Under equipment and repairs, we have utilities, so we have to account for the fuel. So landfill site fuel has increased by $11,000 in 2021, and this is to account for a full year's worth of fuel for the landfill compactor. The landfill compactor is run 4 hours a day on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, and then a couple hours a day on Wednesdays. So that's to account for the usage of the compactor. And then we have a slight increase in hydro as well due to the new building that we have at the landfill. Under repairs and maintenance as well, there's an increase to the landfill site, a slight increase. We do need to do some road repairs. I don't know if council has been to the Matilda landfill lately, but it does need some pothole filling. So we'll be doing that in conjunction with Public Works. As well, the trailer that we brought into the landfill site from Dundee did require an electrical connection. So that's accounted for in this budget. The landfill site also has an increase of $9,000 for compactor parts and regular oil changes. So the compactor does have a specific requirement for how many hours it undergoes before it can have an oil change. If there's any questions about that, I will defer that to Jeff. And I believe that's it, unless council wants to talk about reserve funds separately from capital. I'm not sure, Mayor, how you want to address the reserve funds and debt charges.
Madam Fisher, what do you think?
We can talk about those now.
Okay,
Yeah.
on the reserve funds, please.
So for the reserve funds, in 2020, council determined that the landfill should be user pay. So in order for the landfill to be user pay, curbside collection needs to begin to pay for its deposit of waste at the Matilda landfill, meaning when the taxpayers put out garbage at the road, the garbage disposal has never been accounted for. So it's always been a service that's been for free. So thinking about the future, especially if Matilda landfill were to close, there is no reserve funding for that material to be shipped to another site to be disposed of. So we are requesting that a reserve, we add money to the reserve this year to account for the curbside garbage cost disposal. That would then, by contributing an additional $100,000 to the reserve, the municipality will be paying for the garbage they're disposing of. And our hopes with this is that if Matilda were to suddenly close, or if council decides to move towards a transfer station, we would have that in the reserve. So we would be able to close Matilda landfill with the reserve we already have, and then utilize the amount in the reserve to pay for that disposal without increasing the tax base significantly in one single year. And then the debt charges, so I believe council's already spoken about this and we have met about this, is the increase of $138,000 to the budget to account for the $1.7 million project to close the Williamsburg landfill. So that's the current debt charge that council is seeing, and it is a significant increase. However, Williamsburg landfill is now closed. We do have to continue to monitor it for 81 years, unfortunately. But that debt charge is just for the capital infrastructure that we had to put in place there. So at this time, I'll skip through capital and just, if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, so focusing on our landfill, Deputy Mayor Gardner.
Thanks, Mayor Boyveld. Good presentation, Danielle. Just a couple of questions. For recycling, in our partnership with the City of Cornwall, when they increase the things that they will accept curbside, are we reluctant to then expand that for our residents? Like, if I'll give you an example. I've brought it up before, but say wrapping paper, they found somebody who would buy bags of wrapping paper recycled at the curb. Is that something that we could do, or is that a huge expense to add that on?
So thank you, Deputy Mayor Gardner. So through you, Mayor Byveld, that's an excellent question. So the reason why we haven't expanded, and it's something that I've been meaning to talk to council about, is as we add more materials to our recycling box, the problem with the recycling market is it dramatically fluctuates. So 1 month they will accept soft plastics like bread bags, plastic bags. Another month they might take foil paper, which is your wrapping paper that you were speaking about, or laminated paper. However, the next month the mills that accept that material will become overwhelmed with that amount of material and they'll stop taking it. So then what happens is everything we end up sending to the recycling center actually goes to the landfill. So what I am more cautious about when I approach our recycling program is making sure, and I've spoken to the city at length about this, is making sure that those mills are sustainable in what they're taking, because the last thing I would want to do is introduce something new to our residents and then 2 weeks later tell them they can no longer put it in the blue box. Recycling is very confusing and it changes day to day, and that's why I was speaking about the market prices fluctuating. So for us to bring in new materials that we've told our residents not to put in the blue box, it is a dangerous road, and I do advise against it until the city can prove to me that it is a sustainable mill that they're taking. Because if not, we do have to pay for residue levels that go to the city. So if we start sending materials and all of a sudden these recycling mills don't accept that material anymore, that becomes residue, and then the municipality would be liable. We would have to pay for that material to be disposed at the Cornwall landfill.
Okay. So that's
why.
Yeah, that's good information to have, because I know that I've been contacted by quite a few residents that are just, folks they understand that we have to keep things out of the landfill. So they understand, they might not like it, but they understand the additional fees to get rid of, but then they're asking me why we're not being more opening up different things. So it's something moving forward. It'd be interesting. I really appreciate your kind of explanation on sustaining it long term. I think maybe for next December, though, if we look at the wrapping paper thing as a one-off, right? It's not the entire year. I think it's just after Christmas. That might be something to explore, because there is a lot that could be diverted. But as different municipalities do different things, because I did notice that they are now collecting all those soft plastics, which had never been collected before, right? So that's I like that explanation, Danielle. Thank you, because I didn't understand what the risk was. So it sounds like quite a bit of risk management. So yeah, that's good. That'll be a good discussion further. That was my only question.
Councilor Lewis.
Danielle, I liked your presentation. The only thing that I want to bring to your attention, the garbage bag tag, you want to increase that to $3 a bag. What is the going rate right now? $1 what?
So through you, Mayor Byveld, it's $1.25 currently, and it hasn't changed And maybe Brenda can help me out here. I don't think it's changed for some time, at least 5 or 6 years. So we are looking at the $3 increase. It's not actually a tag either. It's a bag that the individuals purchase. But it would be going from $1.25 to $3.
My honest opinion, I believe $3 is a little steep. I think that at $3 a bag, the 5 people sitting at these tables are going to take an awful pile of flack. I don't think $2 is outrageous, but I think $3 is just a little too high on that. It's better to sell garbage bags at $2 and not sell any at all at $3. And that's the only note that I wanted you to be aware of. Thank you.
Okay, I'll turn it over to Councillor Wells, and you can keep in mind Councillor Lewis's thought of decreasing the proposed bag fee.
I actually didn't really have any question marks here. The bags I could see. The only other thing you were saying, and by the way, Danielle, that was a very good presentation. It's good. I like to see that. With your, you said diversion with our roll-off containers, and you were saying demolition waste, like demolition as in householders or contractors?
So through you, Mayor Byvelds, our intention is to actually capture both. So we would be accepting both residential and contractor construction and demolition waste. For example, if a resident were to demo their bathroom, when they come into the landfill attendant would inspect the load and determine what materials are accepted in our construction and demo recycling program. So one of the things that we highly encourage people to recycle is drywall. So drywall actually makes landfills smell quite bad because of the hydrogen sulfide that it breaks down into. So the loads are, the residents and the contractors still have to separate their loads out, but things like drywall, plaster, lath, if you're looking at 2x4s, shingles, etc., we're taking all of that material in those bins that we purchased last year, and it's going to a facility in Ottawa where they sort out everything even further. So we're able to put both contractor waste and residential waste that's construction based into one bin, and then it gets further sorted at the facility that it gets shipped to in Ottawa.
Okay, understood on that. So what's that do with our tipping fees as of right now? Say if someone opted not to throw everything in there and pay the $365 for just to dump the trailer in the landfill, does the municipality again go ahead and sort it, or whether you use that container or you just take it up and dump it on the hill, is the price still the same for the
So there
tipping
is
fee?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, there is an additional charge for construction and demo materials. So there is a surcharge. We do not permit contractors or residents to throw out the materials that we are currently trying to divert. That is in our bylaw. So if we have a diversion program in place, it's prohibited from being disposed of. Mind you, I'm sure there are some residents and contractors that sneak things in or things go unnoticed. However, it's our intention not to permit loads of construction and demo waste to just waive the fee and let them pay the normal garbage fee. They do have to pay the construction and demo fee to then utilize the recycling program. So, and also just for council's knowledge, right now we're not taking it to Ottawa just because our roll-off truck is out of service. So once that roll-off truck comes back, it will begin being shipped to Ottawa.
Okay, okay, we're not on the same page here because my question wasn't answered. What I was trying to get across, Danielle, if because we're having this diversion and we're taking demo, whether it's contractor or household, and we're putting it in this container and we're shipping it to Ottawa. My question to you was, I understand we have the surcharge, which I fully understand, but I'm just saying, if someone brings that in, a load of garbage, right? And so say me as a contractor, I take a load of mix, drywall, insulation, blah, 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 the whole bit. Do I just dump it in front of the container and I pay the surcharge and I go away and the municipality sorts the garbage and puts it in there and removes it for our landfill? That's what I'm trying to get across. Is there an extra charge for me to sit there or have two guys sit there and separate that load, pay the surcharge? Is there additional cost? That's if you see where I'm coming from.
Yeah, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, sorry, I misunderstood your question. So we do not sort people's materials for them. So when you come in with a load, the landfill attendant will say, these materials need to go into this bin, and these materials need to go into this bin, or these materials need to go into the construction and demo bin, and these materials can be taken to the tipping phase. So
Okay.
because, the surcharge is not for us to sort the material, the surcharge is because it's going to a separate facility that charges us for the material, to clarify. So the resident and the contractor still is required to separate those materials.
No, you fully answered my question there. I just wanted to know if there was additional costs over and above the surcharge. No, so that's all I had, Mayor.
Councilor Mellon?
Oh, no, I think everything's sort of been captured here, Danielle. The only thing, I guess, that I would bring up at this point is the sale of scrap metal and tires and our electronic recycling, which doesn't show on here, but there's still a $10 gate charge to get rid of that. And I'm thinking, with the kind of money we're making off of scrap metal and tires, and you're projecting it at $41,500 for this budget, I've had a few people mention to me that, instead of paying $10 to get rid of tires, electronics, and metal, that it just won't come to the dump. Looney will get the scrap metal, the tires, and I seen that last fall before the snow came, were being dropped off on the side of the road. I'm just wondering if council would maybe entertain the idea of, if it's just straight tires and straight metal and electronic recycling, which, House of Lazarus gets and they make some money, if we'd waive that $10 entrance fee, or at least reduce it to $5. Because I think we could make up the difference probably on just the amount of volume that we would get on the tires and the scrap metal. The recycling, the electronic recycling, it doesn't really cost us anything, I'll be honest with you. I mean, they come in with a computer or whatever, and we point them, they shove it in the container. I realize we're charging so much to come through the gate, but, I don't want to discourage those programs. And I think, if somebody's coming in with a mixed load and they got 2 tires and garbage and everything, they pay the going rate. But if you're only bringing in tires or only bringing in scrap metal or you're only bringing in electronics, I'm just wondering if maybe we could look at reducing that price or working something out a little bit better to maintain the volume to make it worthwhile.
So I'm going to say this, Councilor Mellon, from a procedure point of view, we as council have made that decision. I'm going to suggest we run a year and see how it goes, because one of my thinking for this year is to revisit our fee schedule to see if we need to put it up again. And everybody's cringing here. You mean charge more to get rid of waste? Well, look at the bottom line and what it's costing us to keep that landfill alive. It's a lot of money. Anybody comes to me and says, "Oh, it's costing me money to get rid of garbage." Well, it's costing us a pile of money to get rid of it, and we haven't accounted for expansion costs, capping costs,
Oh, yeah, I totally
You
agree
know,
with you.
the-
But what's it gonna cost us to send 2 men out in a half-ton truck to pick the garbage up off the Fulton Road?
I'm gonna hope that we can educate our residents to the fact that garbage is costing us a significant amount of money. If we don't do it right, then how are we gonna justify, like, it's gotta come out of one pocket or the other, Councilor Mellon. It's either gonna come out of this pocket here, or it's gonna come out of this pocket here. Depends on how you wanna look at life, and that, we can put it all in tax base, free dump. It'll last about a year and we'll be done, and then we'll wonder how we do it. So it's like parking fees. Nobody likes to pay for parking, but you pay it because you wanna park your car there.
And if our revenue drops on recycled tires and scrap metal,
Well, fair enough. I think bringing it back to council in a non-budget setting would be fair enough.
all right.
I because technically we have already passed that, and
Yep.
if we're going to change it, then we need to change it into a council
I'll be
meeting, not on a budget.
I'll be honest with you, I supported that, and without thinking about it, without thinking about those charges on those things that are, that we're making money off, and we're not gonna make as much money off. But we'll bring it back, we can look at it in a year's time, our fee schedule, and we
Byvelds.
can address it then.
Okay, Danielle, go ahead. Sorry, I had to say those points.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to add a comment to Councillor Mellon's concern. So that revenue you're seeing, Councillor Mellon, isn't actually from the sale of scrap metal and tires. That's actually the sale of the blue box material. So when I was speaking about us selling our blue box material to the city of Cornwall, that's what that amount is. There is a small amount in there for the sale of scrap metal. However, Public Works also loans us a shovel and an operator to load the scrap metal bin. So there is a cost associated with us collecting that scrap metal, so it is not free, and that's why we decided to add that $10 gate charge. And with regards to tires, so tires are now based on whoever manufactures tires actually has to come and get them. And it's been my experience here in South Dundas and some other municipalities in Eastern Ontario that because we are so small, these tire manufacturers do not come and get the tires. So we're actually being stuck with quite a few of these tires, and we actually have to manage them ourselves, which is not fair, and it's an issue that I'm working with the Association of Municipalities Ontario on. Myself and a few other municipalities in the area are having issues. So I just wanted you to understand that $41,000, that is primarily the cost, the revenue we're getting from the sale of our curbside blue box material, not the sale of the materials at the landfill. So I just wanted to clarify that for council.
Well, you got two you got recycling revenue, blue and green box, and then
That's for the
scrap-
sale of blue and green boxes that the municipality sells to residents. So that's a physical sale of the recycling boxes.
Okay, we'll let it go. We'll see where it goes. I'd love to know the numbers of, and we've never kept track of how much volume's coming in, but we'll see. Maybe, hopefully, you're right, Mayor Byvelds, hopefully people will realize and take it to the dump, but I'm already seeing it.
That's unfortunate. Councilor Wells.
Just one more comment. So our scrap metal then, because we used to go out for, it used to be a 3-year contract, because I bid on it 1 year, so we no longer do that, right? As far as putting out for tender that whoever, say Kimco or whoever, will pay us so much a ton and they come and pick it up. So that's we don't do it, right?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, we are currently using Gerdo in Cornwall. They have an EFT system and a ticketing system, so it's very accurate. So to Councillor Mellon's point, I definitely can provide records on how much scrap metal is coming to the scrap metal facility and how much we're making off of it. To answer Councillor Wells' point, we haven't gone out for a competitive contract. Because Gerdo does have to supply us with the price list. So every month they share with me a price list to see what the price of steel is at, and they do have to show competitive pricing. However, if it's something that council wants to go out for, I do recommend whoever we go with is a responsible handler of scrap metal, meaning that it is going to a scrap metal yard that is approved by the Ministry of Environment, especially since we're under the microscope with Matilda already. And I would probably suggest that they provide competitive pricing like Gardo does, and also make sure that they provide us with a tipping ticket and EFTR revenue to us instead of cash payment. I know there's been some issues in the past where they pay out cash, but it would be preferred if they EFT directly to the municipality rather than paying our staff cash for the scrap metal.
Actually, okay, yeah, Danielle, actually that is probably, the way you put things in perspective there, that is a lot better system than what was going on before. Because I like the idea about if you get your way ticket, so you know exactly what we got paid for that, say, and every time they're given the current scrap prices. So if scrap goes up 20%, and if they're giving us 30% each time, every time that load goes out, we're getting exactly what we're supposed to. So yeah, that's, it's to the municipality's best interest. There's no hiccups. I would leave it just the way. I didn't realize, all I knew was before it went out for tender, but the way you're saying this, I'd sooner say the way you got it set up. Very good.
Okay, anything else further from council? Okay, so to your concerns, Councilor Mellon, I think, we instituted those new fees a while back, and I think giving them a year and seeing how this whole, I don't know what to call it, new operation, but a better way of running landfill is going. Not only on how the residents are dealing with what we're asking, how we're actually managing waste, and we'll certainly want to see a report from our road staff, see how much garbage is actually laying out in the roadsides, and if there are issues because of it. And then we can review whether we need to change fees or one way or the other. We have to keep in mind that those who use the landfill more so than the average have to pay for the extra cost some way or the other. Not saying everything, but I think there needs to be an appreciation in this municipality that garbage and landfills are costing us an astronomical amount of money. We will be getting a report from the counties for regional waste management this year. The hope is everybody will have that presentation, and we'll see if there's any opportunities in that scope too. But I just want to make sure, we all need to be aware of the dollars that we're spending on landfills. So, one thing before we leave landfills, I think you had talked about the maintenance on the compactor. Can you and/or Jeff tell council, since compactor's been here, hasn't been here a full year yet, how things are going with the compactor from an operational point of view, if it's doing its job, or have there been any issues because it was a refurbished machine? If there were issues, how it was dealt with, and I guess the ongoing maintenance and who was doing what.
Sure. So I can speak to the operations and then how it's doing operationally, and then perhaps Jeff can jump in and speak to the maintenance that's been ongoing with it. So when we purchased the compactor, it arrived in April of 2020. So we didn't have any issues with it when we first started with it. And then we did have some engine issues with some of the injectors. We did have to, I believe, and Jeff can speak to this through the maintenance side, we did end up replacing, I believe, all the injectors. However, we did have warranty for that. So there isn't any warranty anymore on the compactor, but the fixes that we did have to have done in 2020 were all covered under warranty except for the oil changes. Operationally, the compactor, like I said, our landfill attendant, we have one individual who is responsible for maintaining the compactor. We also have created a compactor maintenance plan. So this individual at the landfill is responsible for filling out a daily log, completing a daily inspection list, and noting any concerns. If there's a large concern, or if there is a few concerns that are building up maintenance-wise, we then reach out to the mechanic. And then Chris coordinates with Cat. So Cat is currently doing the maintenance on the compactor. Operationally as well, we have seen an increase in compaction at the landfill. So the compactor is doing its job. I'm happy with it. There are some things that buying a used piece of equipment always is an issue, as well as the environment that it works in. And Jeff might be able to speak to that as well, but we get a lot of wires tangled up in the spokes of the wheels, and we get some issues with that. But we're hoping with the mattress diversion program that we have, we'll mitigate some of that, because a lot of it is because we weren't diverting mattresses before. So as soon as you drive over a mattress with those sheep's head feet, it just gets wound right around and it becomes quite an issue. So from my perspective, I'm happy with the compactor. It could operate better and have less issues. That would be great. But realistically, for a used piece of equipment, so far, knock on wood, so good. So I don't know if Jeff wants to speak to the maintenance. I don't know if he's on here. Oh, there he is. Yep.
So as far as the maintenance side of things goes, when we first received ownership of it, our mechanic had the oil completely changed in the entire unit. We found old filters when it was shipped down. So it got into a he said, she said, so we just changed the oils and all the filters on it. Big issues that we've had, Daniel made reference to injectors. Marcel equipment came good for the injectors for the entire engine, and it failed to have a block heater on it when we received it. They have since come good to have a block heater installed on the unit. The pinion seal, which is on the front of the drive shaft coming off the motor, the seal went in that. So Chris had Caterpillar come in and change the seal because of the seal puller. It was almost as much to buy the seal puller to do the work as it was to have Cat do the job. So Caterpillar came in, and we're changing the oil once a year, every 2,000 hours. So that covers the yearly. Caterpillar is doing that. They do a full inspection when they come in, and they have the containment unit for spills for the oil when they do the oil changes. So operationally, that's what's happening with the Caterpillar compactor.
Okay.
I can answer any questions that you may have.
Any comments, questions, concerns from council on that? Go ahead.
Just one. So you're saying about has the municipality set up a maintenance program with CAT? Because I know with other equipment with CAT, you can pay them so much, like $7, $8 an hour on the machine. Like they'll come in, take care of everything, or we're just hiring CAT as a third party, and they're coming in and maintaining the machine for us.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we have a preferred labor rate through CAT. So we do get the municipal rate when they come in. As far as the servicing goes, we are using Caterpillar just because they've got the spill containment system on unit, and they can dispose of the oil at the same time. And it's being done once a year, like I said, for 2,000 hours. So that's who we are using for the service part.
No, it makes sense for especially that piece of equipment, because first of all, we can't float it, and this way they come in, if there's issues, it's fixed right on site. They have their trucks and everything. No, I just wondering if it was a set up program that it's done by the hour on the machine, but if services as we need, I'm good with that. Thanks.
Anything else from anybody from the council? Okay, thanks, Jeff. Thanks, Danielle. You can go on to municipal drains then, please.
All right. So the next, obviously the next budget, as the mayor said, is drainage. So the Drainage Division of Environmental Services, as council is aware, is responsible for the initiation and supervision of maintenance and repair for any drainage work in accordance with the municipal drain bylaws. We are also responsible to inspect and report to council on a regular basis on the condition of all drainage work. Currently, the Drainage Department looks after 308 municipal drains and is also responsible for drainage loan applications and inspections. Currently, as council is well aware, there are 9 drains with outstanding maintenance requests or inquiries. So not all of those 9 are actually maintenance requests. Some of them are just maintenance inquiries. In general, the drainage division in 2021 has 4 goals, similarly to the waste management department. The first one to be to gain internal staff knowledge and build an internal staff up to have general knowledge about drains. So this is where we discussed last night about hiring the municipal infrastructure services coordinator. This will also eliminate the majority of our consulting fees, which you will see reflected in the budget when we get to that item. Our second goal, and this is one of the largest goals we have, is organization and documentation. So the goal of this is to develop a summary document that really reviews all of the municipal drains, their locations, their maintenance schedules, and make sure that they have an updated assessment schedule that is appropriate. Because if we do receive a maintenance request, we cannot bill out drainage work unless it has an updated assessment schedule. So it's something that, working with Treasury, we're hoping to do. We also are looking at developing an efficient and effective electronic filing system for all the drainage assessments, engineers' reports, profiles, and maps. Currently, some of our reports are in file holds, some of them are in the common file, and then others are upstairs. So our hope is to get everything scanned in and saved so it's easy to access and move documents around and copy and file things as needed. Our third goal would be education and public consultation. So council is aware, and this has been on council's agenda for a while, to conduct a public and contractor information session about drainage and to explain the processes involved with maintenance and construction of drains. So this was pushed off in 2020 because of the COVID situation. So if COVID continues to be an issue into 2021, we will look at some sort of public meeting or something with regards to this. To address that concern. We did put up those public documents on the website, however, so there are quick fact sheets on the website that we have created with Macintosh Perry that are accessible to landowners and contractors. And then our fourth goal is to complete outstanding maintenance and construction requests. So as I said before, there are 9 drains with maintenance inquiries or requests on them. So we hope to complete those by the end of 2021. Complete any outstanding drainage bills that are out for 2018, 2019, and 2020. And then also review and identify a more efficient process for hiring contractors. So we spoke about the hourly rate. There will be a report coming back to council early in the spring that looks at the successes and complications we had with the hourly rate and how council would like to proceed. So hopefully we'll have a municipal infrastructure services coordinator in place at that point to help us with that, but we will be bringing a report back to council on that. So when we look at the drainage operations budget for 2021, again, I'm going to look at it in the sections that it's presented to council in the budget. So the first is going to be revenues. So the municipality receives grants, obviously, from OMAFRA. So in 2021, we're expecting a $14,000 grant from OMAFRA, and this is for the superintendent and maintenance costs. Council should note, I did speak to OMAFRA with Macintosh Perry. OMAFRA is currently 2 years behind with maintenance grants. So I'm not sure when we'll see some of that cost come back, but I just wanted to make council aware of that. The municipality is also anticipating a $36,000 tile drain payment in 2021. So this is related to the tile drainage program, which you'll see is also documented in the tile drain section of the budget under expenses. For consulting, the municipality, so this is on the expense side, so we're leaving revenues and going into consulting. So the municipality, as I spoke about earlier, has decreased the consulting budget by $60,000. This is due to the hiring of that infrastructure services coordinator position. The consultant will continue to be used for drainage engineer services, such as assessment schedule updates and construction requests. However, the majority of the drainage engineer costs will be assessed back out to the watershed on that drain. So it won't be a cost that the municipality will have to pay for. With regards to staffing levels, so the municipality, like I said earlier, will be hiring an infrastructure services coordinator whose primary duties will be to address outstanding drainage issues. The drainage superintendent wage and my wage, portion of my wage, are allocated into the 2021 budget. So there is an increase in that section. With regards to membership and advertising and supplies, the municipality is maintaining its existing budget for memberships with the DSAO and some small office supplies and printing materials. Another item that we are adding to the 2021 budget is the truck and equipment charges. So staff are requesting a new vehicle from Fleet be purchased to be utilized in the drainage division. However, it's not just going to be specifically utilized in the drainage division. My idea is to have that vehicle be shared between all of the divisions in environmental services. So waste management, drainage, water and wastewater, as well as parks and recreation. So the associated truck charge is allocated in the 2021 budget. And if you have questions about fleet, that would have to go to Jeff. And then long-term debt is outlined in that budget as well, but that's just the outstanding tile drainage loans. And this is offset again by that revenue you see coming in from the tile drainage payments. And the last item I wanted to touch on just before we go into questions, because this is a smaller budget. So the mayor did have some questions about beaver dams earlier on private property. So I just wanted to clarify. So trappers have the ability to remove beavers on land outlined in their licenses, or they can remove beavers if they have written permission from a private landowner. So if we get a request from a private landowner, a trapper can go onto the property. However, we do not remove beavers or beaver dams from private property. Like, the municipality is not responsible for the payment on that. So if a call comes in, we can recommend the trapper that we currently use because the trapper we have is licensed. For municipal drains, when we remove beavers, that is something that we usually absorb. And the reason for this is because it's such a small amount. It would cost us more internally to bill out the beaver removal and the beaver dam removal as well. And often there are certain ways you have to remove a beaver dam, and based on the drain classification, there are certain time periods where you can and cannot remove a beaver dam. So we usually internalize this cost. So we pay for the trapper to go out, trap the beaver, and then we remove the beaver dam. And that's where that budget sits still in bylaw. Myself and Justin have been taking care of the beaver requests in 2021, and it's been working quite well because he works with animal control. So I just wanted to address that before we went into any other questions.
Okay. Thanks for that. I'll comment on it further. But first, before I go on, Danielle, I really appreciate the great municipal drain program that you have brought to council. I think if we do that work this year, we'll be going a long way down the road of where we need to go. As for the beaver dam and the beaver and the dam removal, I agree with you. It had always been part of our budget as a slush fund because there's no sense in charging that to the drain scheme if it'll cost more to do the work than it will be just to deal with the issue. So 100% fine with that. I did have concerns when it seemed like we were paying for private drain beaver removal. That is an individual's, and I appreciate that we give that information to those individuals and let them deal with it. But glad that you clarified that. So, any comments, questions, concerns on municipal drainage, budget-wise? Yeah, go ahead.
I think if you look at those numbers in between what our contract services were last year and what the new hire will be worth, and then you put in the provincial administration grant, it's not all going to come out in the wash, but it's pretty well going to cover itself. So I think it's a great step forward to get us to where we need to be. It's almost what we have been spending. It almost washes out.
Okay. Nothing else? Okay. Thank you, Danielle, for that. We'll go on to Parks and Recreation, please.
So thank you, Mayor. So I'm going to start off with the Parks and Recreation Department, and then I'm going to let Austin speak to the operations. And then we'll come back later and talk about the capital. So the Parks and Recreation Division of Environmental Services is responsible for the operation and maintenance of 25 parks, 1 arena, 2 beaches, a marina, and a campground. The Parks and Recreation Department will speak about, so Austin will also speak about the campground and marina budget as part of this budget. Although those are user fee based, they are not tax based services. So in 2020, it's also important for council to note that the Parks and Recreation Division separated from the Facility Division, with the Parks and Recreation Division now falling under Environmental Services and Facilities falling under Building and Bylaw. So Nicole will address the facilities portion of Parks and Recreation. They used to be together. So you will see in the budget there are some variances. However, that's because the two departments have separated. Overall, the Parks and Recreation Department is seeing a $19,000 decrease to the tax base in 2021 compared to 2020. In general, the Parks and Recreation Department has 5 goals for 2021. So the first goal being to preserve and maintain. So it's important for us to preserve, maintain, and improve and enhance our natural resources, parkland, and recreational opportunities in South Dundas. Council really wants to see increased tourism, as well as reach out to young families to get them to move here. So we figured that would be a very important goal for us to continue to preserve and maintain those features. Our second goal would to be anticipating the needs of the community. In 2020, we saw a dramatic change in how we offer recreational programming as well as parks and arena operations due to COVID-19. We now have a better understanding of how COVID-19 works, as well as the operational efficiencies or changes that we need to meet those needs. And we also noticed that there are some large gaps in our service levels. So we're hoping to serve all ages of the population within South Dundas with social, recreational, and healthy programming opportunities. Our third goal would to be continue to provide efficient services that are accessible to all residents regardless of level of income, background, or ability, and to maximize financial efficiencies and ensure contractor compliance, specifically in our operations, our summer operations. Our fourth goal would be to continue to leverage partnerships. So as most of council knows, we have several committees as well as volunteer organizations in South Dundas that are quite passionate about recreation. Council did hear from a group of volunteers last night that are looking to add a great recreational facility to South Dundas. So in our recreation department, we are looking to continue to leverage those partnerships to continue to capacity build, whether that be new recreational facilities, new programming, etc. And then our fifth goal is to continue to enrich the lives of residents. So recreational activities as well as outdoor spaces are extremely important to our residents. So we'd like to continue to enrich the lives of our residents by strengthening the community's image through these outdoor spaces, as well as offering a sense of place for our residents. And hopefully through our programming and events to bring families and children into our parks and recreational facilities and give them reasons to stay and play for a lifetime. So having said that, I'm going to turn it over to Austin. I'm going to mute myself. And if you have any questions, Austin will be able to answer them about operations.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So looking at the overall Parks and Recreation Department budget, it sees a $19,000 decrease on the tax base in 2021 compared to 2020. With regards to the 2021 operating budget, staff have broken down the budget into the categories displayed. Beginning with revenues, the overall revenue from Parks and Recreation for 2021 has increased by $135,943, which is a result of numerous items. Number one being an increase in Canada Summer Jobs Grant. Number two being an increase in grants from COVID Restart Funding, Resilience Funding, and Service Modernization Funding. Number three being an increase in the ice time rental fees based on the council discussion in 2020. The next category is materials and supplies. This line shows an increase of $4,500 to the materials, supplies, and tool budget, which accounts for the uniforms, new weed eaters, a rototiller, SCBA masks for the health and safety of arena staff, and a new snowblower. As well, the equipment slated for replacement is past its expected lifespan. However, an equipment inventory and maintenance plan will be kept and updated each year to ensure appropriate life cycle replacement. Moving on to repairs and maintenance. We currently have a series of repairs and maintenance lines within the budget. Overall, staff are requesting a decrease of $24,600 to the overall tax base. Highlights in the repairs and maintenance include new nets and painting at the tennis courts in Iroquois, continued outdoor rink maintenance in 2021, repairs to the dog park irrigation system and water meters, the reduction of tree trimming due to the investment in a wood chipper as reflected in Fleet's capital, a reduction in repairs and maintenance in parks, an increase in grass cutting due to additional areas added in the 2021-2022 grass cutting tender, arena board and glass replacement, power washing, painting, and repairs to rental space stairs. And lastly, Zamboni repairs as the Zamboni nears its effective lifespan. Staff would like council to note that if the wood chipper is not approved, $64,000 will be required for the tree budget. Moving on, the next category is staffing levels. This category shows a decrease in recreation wages as it includes a supervisor's wage, 40% of the director's salary, and 1/3 of arena staff. Important notes in this section are student wage decreases. The arena wages for operators and students have increased to balance the decrease in rec wages. Moving on to utilities. Utilities highlights a series of lines within the Parks and Recreation budget. Overall, staff are requesting an increase of $273 for utilities. This request is a result of an increase in water and wastewater due to the meter installed at the Morrisburg splash pad. Also a decrease in hydro costs, telephone costs, and heating costs. And continuing on to the training category. This category covers a series of training courses for Parks and Recreation with an overall decrease of $250 from the 2020 budget. The training courses for 2021 are represented in a staff development plan, which includes basic refrigeration training, and ISA recertification for the arborist, mental health training, and supervisor training through the PRO and ORFA. And the final category for Parks and Recreation operations highlights the committees, which happens to be the waterfront committees in both Morrisburg and Iroquois. The Morrisburg Waterfront Committee shows a request for $85,550 for a new fence, trees, pathways, and a lookout pier at the waterfront. The Iroquois Waterfront Committee will be utilizing their budget from 2021 to complete the tasks highlighted in their 2020 budget. If council has any questions at this time, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, Austin, thank you. I'll go over Deputy Mayor Gardner to start.
Thanks, Mayor Byvelds. So Austin, the wood chipper thing, was it 6,400 in difference or 64? Did I hear that correct? It was 64,000. Oh, play hardball, okay.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, it was $64,000. I apologize for the confusion.
No, it wasn't you, it was my ears. I just, I had, okay. Thank you for that. I just want to say that I so appreciate the Parks and Rec's goals that you came up with. It answers quite a few of my concerns that weren't monetary, but just the usage of our programs and the expansion and stuff. I think you have a really good grasp of wanting to expand that program. Because I saw in last year's numbers when we're talking about only 100 people and COVID, and obviously it would have been higher the year before, but that number should be over 1,000, I would think, in any given year. That's 1/10 of the population should at least be using our rec programming. So I really, really appreciated the presentation, and I really appreciated the goals, and I'm looking forward to watching you guys do it to achieve those goals, because I think it'll make our rec programming very solid. And I think the usage of our parks and all the money that we're talking about investing in these programs, I think, or locations, will be well used up. So thanks, Austin.
Councilor Lewis.
No, I think the overall budget looks reasonable. I might question $10,000 on tools and equipment, but other than that, it looks pretty standard to me, because as you know, I did it for many years, so. Nope, very good.
Council Wells.
Yeah. Overall, like Austin was very good presentation. Again, Councilor Wells here, nickel and diming stuff, but material and supplies, we went from 5,000 up to 17,000 this year. Is that just because you're talking like more furniture for the campground building, stuff like that, stuff for the new outdoor rink? Is that where that's coming up?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the increase of $4,500 for the material supplies and tool budget would account for the uniforms, new weed eaters, a rotor tiller, SCBA mask for the arena staff, and a new snow blower.
Okay, we're not in the same line because material and
Yeah.
supplies, I got 12.
Do you have the spreadsheet?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe Councillor Wells is speaking about the variance between what was budgeted in 2020 and what was actually spent in 2020. Is that correct, Councillor Wells?
Well, no, I'm looking at what you got budget for 2021 in material and supplies. There's a $12,000 difference. Well, that should all line up with this too.
It's showing up on the financial software printout that it's a $12,000 increase, but I believe that's just due to us splitting with facilities. So last year there was actually 12,500 budgeted.
Okay.
Yeah, keep that in
Okay,
mind when you split.
sorry about that, Austin, Danielle. I know now we're splitting up. This is from everything together. Okay. Move on then. We're good. Forgot about that.
Yeah, it's just one of those challenges this year we'll have to deal with, the splitting of stuff.
Because in theory, this sheet should line up with the spreadsheets, right?
As Madam Treasurer said, it doesn't always line up. It's fancy accounting. Councilor Mellon.
Yeah, you are asking in your budget, summer student job application for a park student and an arborist student. We have one on staff, I understand. Why are we looking for a student? Why do we need an extra one? It only takes one person to tell you what kind of tree it is. We have an arborist in our staff, as I understand.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, we do have an arborist on our park staff. The arborist student would be to assist the arborist in tree maintenance as far as clearing brush, and also develop a program with our arborist to allow the arborist student to learn under the arborist and, like I said, assist with any tree maintenance that can be done within the parks.
Oh. All right. Also, as far as the tree removal goes, which will be tied directly to that wood chipper, are we planning on doing the wood, knocking these trees down ourselves? Are you going to have our men go out and, or are we hiring that out on contract?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, any tree that our arborist is able to safely knock down and remove, he will be doing so. And as mentioned, the arborist and the student will be working together to remove the tree, use the chipper to completely clear the site and clean it and remove the tree.
Okay. The outdoor rinks, are we actively pursuing volunteers for our outdoor rinks in Iroquois and Morrisburg, or are we going to be continuing with our staff?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we will continue to inquire about volunteers, and as noted before, anyone who's willing to volunteer, we're more than happy to have them, and that's our plan for 2021. However, depending on the amount of volunteers we get, we have planned for the continued outdoor rink maintenance with our staff.
Well, is an issue. I am not ready to spend $150,000 on an outdoor pad for Morrisburg when we can't find somebody, unless we have somebody absolutely positively lined up to run that rink, outdoor rink, volunteer. I'm not prepared to spend $150,000 and then have our guys run the thing. That dog don't hunt in my book. Maybe I'm way off here, but we have we have smaller communities running rinks that do it with volunteer service. So that $150,000 on that cement pad and whatnot, to me, it all hinges on whether you have an outdoor rink volunteers. I just cannot. It's going to be a real hard sell to tell somebody in Williamsburg, Princeton, or Riverside that their volunteers are running the rink and our tax dollars are having our staff run the rink, the outdoor rink. So unless
Mayor
we had
Byvel's-
that, I would hold off on that $150,000 outdoor pad, even though it's funded by, I forget who it's funded by,
Trillium.
modernization fund or whatever it is.
Trillium,
That's all fine and dandy. Trillium Foundation. Can that Trillium Foundation money be used for anything else? That's it.
So
Like,
Mayor
we can't-
Byvel's, if I could interject here just for a second. So the Trillium funding grant has already been submitted in 2020, so we can't change our submission now. Council approved that in 2020. I don't know if council recalls that.
Yes, we
but,
did.
Yeah, I
Caitlin
know.
did submit a report for that. One thing I want to know, Councillor Millen, is this year we did have issues finding volunteers. One, because of COVID, and two, because the Morrisburg outdoor rink is not like the other outdoor rinks. It doesn't have a firm base. So it's actually just right on top of the grass. And then we purchased a liner. And I'll let Austin speak to that, but it is a little bit more difficult to build an ice base on that type of surface. So I do think that if we had a better facility in Morrisburg that had a more firm base with a trim piece, like a kick plate around the edge, we would have volunteers that would be more willing to help build the ice. Because I do believe the challenge is the first few layers of building that ice, especially with a liner that's right on top of the grass. Especially as well because this Morrisburg outdoor rink was brand new this year and we did decide with only a month before. I do think there were some challenges this year and I do anticipate that after we have seen quite a few participants on the outdoor rink since we built it, I do anticipate that we will have more volunteers in 2021. I just wanted to address those few points and then maybe Austin can speak to building the actual ice, but I do know it was a bit of a challenge compared to those areas that already have a firm base.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, just to also offer some clarification on the slab. That slab would be a multi-use slab, so it would be used for other activities in the summer and all year round. As far as outdoor rinks go, staff plan to potentially have park staff assist with building the ice and then allowing the volunteers to continue to maintain it throughout the ice season. As far as the Morrisburg outdoor rink goes for this year, the liner that was put in and the boards we put in, the size of the door, we weren't able to get a machine onto that surface to clear the snow. So once we decided to go ahead with the outdoor rinks, it was quite a challenge to build ice with almost 2+ feet of snow within that small rink and on that liner. Whereas in Iroquois, we were able to have a backhoe come in and clear the snow so we could begin building the ice right on the slab that was currently there.
So I understand where you're coming from, Councillor Mellon. I think staff's explained some of the challenges we had this year. I think the best way to do it is that the Trillium Fund is not a guarantee, so that's the first thing you have to consider.
Oh, yeah.
Second of all, I think if we're going to change the operations of how we run our rinks, we'll have to have a council discussion this fall. It's better to have something in the budget now and deal with it than say no. Understand that there probably should be a desire to have volunteers run it, and that's how the some of the other ones are run. However, the last thing we want is a rink that sits there and does nothing. If we can kind of push it along, then maybe we have to, but I think that discussion's for another day. We either decide that we're gonna keep money in the budget for outdoor rink staffing, or we say, no, take it out, and then we'll have no choice. So I guess I'll leave that up to you. We're just looking at the funding today, not how we run it. We can
Okay.
figure out the running later.
Okay, one other question, if you will. The modernization efficiency funding that's being used for the rec master plan that you got proposed at 75,000.
That's a capital thing that we will
We're
discuss
not going to do
later.
that now? Okay. All right, well, as far as, you know, that's all for right now.
Okay, anything else from other members of council? Are you gonna speak, I'm good with your current projection budgets on Parks and Rec. The campsite and the marina, were you gonna expand on them, or you just are, since
Yes.
they're not really costing tax dollars except for a little bit in the marina where I will have a question? But if you have,
Yes, we were going to expand on them, Mr. Mayor.
okay, then wherever you want to go, let's go then, please. No problem, didn't know.
Okay, so regarding the campground, the budget shows a completely user fee-based system and is not funded by the tax base in the proposed 2021 budget. Revenues show an increase in grants for summer students as well as an increase in campground fees as per the campground operations plan. Repairs and maintenance show an increase of $5,000 to account for the new building and facilities within the building. Utilities show an increase in water and internet services for the new building, as well as a respective decrease in hydro and telephone for the new building. Staffing levels demonstrate a decrease in wages and benefits due to the removal of the campground supervisor. With that being said, 1.5 students will be allocated to the campground, with the wages being offset by the grant offered by the federal government. As far as reserves, there will be a transfer to the reserve fund of $20,817 based on the anticipated revenues minus the expenses. And if council has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them at this time.
Okay, any comments, questions, concerns concerning the campsite specific budget, which is revenue neutral?
I think it's great that it's that we're now focused on the users for that. And after COVID, we have a new building. There's all these unknowns, so I think this will give us the foundation to work and see how it goes. I know that's not really technical language, but who knows how it's going to evolve. So I'm willing to go with what's presented.
Councilor Lewis?
Austin, with a brand new building, why did we jump the repairs and maintenance from $5,000 to $10,000?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the increase of $5,000 was to account for anything that may need to be repaired within the building, as well as the facilities that are within, like I said, within the building as far as restrooms, kitchen, and et cetera.
Well, I think with a brand new building, we shouldn't have to repair anything in that brand new building for at least 5 years.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the other thing to note too is the winterization of this building is quite expensive. So we do have to, that is accounted for in this budget. The repairs and maintenance budget is the winterization. It was quite costly in 2020 because of all the sensors and everything in the building. So when they built the campground building, there were sensors on the toilets and the showers. So the way that we have to winterize that building, it's significantly more expensive than the old building. So that is accounted for, and that's why you're seeing an increase there. It's not necessarily because of the new building itself, it's because of how much larger this building is compared to our last building and the requirements for winterization, because it is not a seasonal building.
Well, I'd really like to see what it costs to winterize that building, because I think whenever I was there, it was about $10,000 for every building that we had that we winterized. Other than that, I can live with it.
Councilor Wells? Yeah, going back to what Councilor Lewis was saying, as far as the campground building, I take it, Danielle, we use the reoccurring services, Morrisburg Plumbing, to actually do it. So can you tell me roughly how many hours were spent because as far as winterizing that building, you have your low drain point, so you're opening drains and you're blowing air lines out. As far as the sensors and all that go, well, I don't know where that comes into play. I know where you're getting at with it, but would it take 2 plumbers? I'm assuming they could do that easily in a day, because if I was in charge of them, I'd be questioning why you couldn't do it. And I know there's some of our own workers that go in there and should do a proper cleanup on that, but that's just regular maintenance. But as far as doing the actual winterizing, is taking some antifreeze and you're putting in your toilets and all your traps and stuff, and there's I believe there's probably 10 low points in the plumbing and the mechanical part. So myself, I think we can leave that at whatever the invoice was for Morrisburg Plumbing for the winterizing of that building especially. I would add maybe $500 to it. So if you could find out, or if Sarah could find out exactly what it costs in 2020 to winterize just that building alone, and we would add $500 for increase in wages or whatever.
One thing I'd like to add, Mayor Byvelds, too, while we're on this, is to keep in mind the lawn bowling club irrigation system is also incorporated into the campground. That's just how it's always been budgeted. So it's not, I should have clarified when Councilor Lewis asked this question, it's not just, you're correct, it's about a day for them to winterize everything at the building. We also have to pay them to winterize the irrigation system at the lawn bowling club. That's just always how it's been accounted for. The lawn bowling club doesn't have a separate budget line for repairs and maintenance on that side. And the last item too, that one thing that we did note, and Austin and I discussed this at length, is the campground building hadn't been through a winter yet. We haven't had the campground building for a full season yet either. So the reason why we also added a little bit of maintenance and repair costs is we weren't sure if there were going to be any challenges when we reopened the building that we didn't have before. For example, we have a laundry facility now at the campground building that we didn't have before. It has been winterized, but like I said, it's not something that we're used to. And the other thing I would like to just note is if those expenses weren't $10,000, what would happen is if, say, for example, the cost for winterization was only $5,000, that $5,000, and Sarah can probably speak further to this, the additional $5,000 would just go back into the reserve that we have budgeted. So it would just be a contribution to the reserve. Because not like the tax base where we'd be asking for more money, it would just go into the reserve. So I don't know, Nicole was on here earlier. I'm not sure if she had anything to add as well from a facility standpoint. She might have a better idea. I don't know if she's still on. There she is. I'll let her
Would it be
speak to
safe?
that.
Would it be safe to say, Danielle, if we put that at $2,500 because as the contractor, there's still, as far as the first year in the building, there is a warranty on that building till June. So hypothetically, if there's something that was neglected to construction part, would be on the contractor, and then if it was on the person shutting it down, it would be up to that. But I think it would be safe to say, because we're trying to save a little money here. It's a very good budget, but I think it'd be safe to say we could take $8,000 off that as far as the irrigation system, blow out the The lawn bowling, a matter of open a couple valves and you put the line in and within 20 minutes it's done. So I would recommend we take that down to 2,000.
Okay, so we're bogging ourselves down into how much reserves we're gonna have left at the end of the day. This is not costing nothing out of our budget, tax-wise.
Okay.
I think what Daniel
Safe
says,
to
you
say.
know, you put 10 grand in, if you only spend 2,500, 75 is going to reserves, you have more money to spend next year. I think having it's just a number on a piece of
Yeah,
paper
no,
that as long as it balances out, we're all good. I think, you know,
I was
I
just
understand
stating-
where
I
you're
just
coming
stating a
from,
point,
but
that's all.
we're just, you know, we can sit here all day arguing about how much we're gonna pile away
Yeah,
from the
no,
campground
no,
building,
no, I
and in the
fully
end, we're
understand.
gonna say, oh, wish we had it there, so.
Well, and there's opening costs too, right? You have to reverse everything you do to winterize.
Plug the hole, turn her on.
I'm just
Counselor
saying.
Mellon? Anything
No, I-
further? You're
no.
good with that?
No, yep.
Okay, I think the biggest concern from a council point of view is that, you know, the facility is cost neutral, actually revenue plus, in which we can actually expand it, and it's user driven, and away we go. As for the lawn bowling, I will leave it up to staff if there's a way of wanting to put it sideways and put it somewhere else, and then it becomes more a council budget, because some people, the growers may say we're paying for whose work, and then we'll have to answer that question, so. Leave it for now, but as I said, if you need to change it, then don't be afraid to do that. So you have something similar for the marina too, I assume?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
So the marina, I'll let Danielle bring that up. The Marina 2021 draft budget is a completely user fee-based system as well, and is not funded by the tax base in this proposed budget. This budget shows an increase in revenue of $49,715 due to an increase in wage grants for students, an increase in fuel sales, and an increase to docking fees based on the operations plan. Advertising and supplies demonstrate an increase of $4,210 for increased advertising as outlined in the operation plan in order to increase tourism and docking fees. Repairs and maintenance consists of a $4,000 increase to complete projects such as the replacement of the holding tank pump, grading the marina road and filling potholes, purchase of marina safety equipment, landscaping around the pavilion, and the installation of an electrical pedestal at the west end of the marina. Gas and diesel show an increase as sales, which is reflective of the increase in purchase costs, utilizing the 15 cent per liter markup as per council's request. Staffing levels display a decrease in staff wages due to the removal of the marina supervisor position. Important one thing for council to note is marina student wages will increase as 1.5 student wages will be allocated to the marina. And lastly, there will be no transfer to the reserve fund in 2021 within the marina budget. And if council has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them at this time.
Okay, before I go to council, Austin, right now currently you have a $2,506 contribution from the budget. Is there an explanation for that? Go ahead, Sarah.
I can speak to that. So whenever we did our department head meeting, we did have to add in an additional capital project. So initially there was a transfer to reserves and it was fully funded, but with the additional capital, we needed to hit the tax base by the $2,500.
Okay, so part of this capital is part of the capital we were looking at after is we're paying.
$2,500 towards.
Okay, so.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, that capital project is the one that council gave direction to when we approved the marina operations plan about the boat launch. So there was quite the debate about the
If it's specifically for the boat launch, that's fair enough.
That's what it is. That's what the additional 2,500 is going towards, is the boat launch
Okay, thank you.
repairs.
Okay, any questions, comments, concerns on the marina budget? Yes, go ahead.
No, I really like the use of students. I like the back and forth. I think that's the most cost-effective way, if you can do it, to do seasonal things. So I think that's good.
Okay, Council Lewis?
No.
Council Wells?
No, I'm good.
Playing the devil advocate here, if we are not successful with our student application grants, what's that do to our budget? I mean, we're applying for grant money from the students. For the marina, there'll be about 3 students there. And what's the game plan if we're not?
Game plan would be to review our summer students to see whether or not we can redeploy them to other areas. Canada Summer Jobs. So this year, as we've done differently in past years, we've applied to Canada Summer Jobs for every one of our summer students. They actually came out with a new notice back in late December that they're offering more money to summer students to kind of get the economy back going, also offering a lot more 100% fully funded positions. Good. So this is something new that we're doing this year is we've applied to all of them. All the department heads did their own submissions online, did all their applications. They've all been confirmed. We've got the confirmation number. I am working with our MP to make sure that we get notice well in advance, because last year we had some challenges that a lot of municipalities didn't know they had summer students until June or July, which is at that time too late. So, we need to get out of the gate really early and have, approvals by March, end of March to make sure that we can get our recruitment going for summer students. So
Let's hope they hold true.
Yeah.
Altogether, how many summer students are we applying for?
Offhand, 15, 16?
Good. That's great. Hopefully we can
Yeah,
get them
that's
all.
probably accurate.
Yeah, around 15 or 16.
Yeah. Remember last year, it was
Yep.
right down to the wire.
I know a neighboring municipality last year through Canada Summer Jobs got $75,000 in summer student funding through the CSG. So we're hopeful that we'll get some funding this year again.
Okay, if there's nothing else, we'll move on to recreational programming.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the recreational programming, the overall budget is at a $78,512 reduction in 2021 compared to the 2020 budget. Programming revenue displays an increase of $13,440 due to the increased student labor grants for the lifeguards and a 10% increase to programming fees as discussed in council in 2020. Materials and supplies show an increase of $10,000 to provide new supplies for the lending library, as the current lending library equipment is over 10 years old and requires to be either exchanged or replaced. A decrease of $20,000 for recreation contracts is displayed in the 2021 draft budget due to the recreation coordinator being responsible for leading some of the programming classes that the municipality will offer. Moving on to staffing levels. Staffing levels show a decrease in wages due to the movement from a full-time programming coordinator to a part-time recreation coordinator. Also a decrease in lifeguard wages as we are moving from 9 lifeguards to 6. And if council has any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them at this time.
Any comments, questions, concerns? Deputy Mayor Gardner?
Nope.
Council Lewis?
Nope.
Council Wells? Council Mellon? Okay, we're all good. I know you're getting too easy now. Yeah. Well, fair enough. I know we're going to a part-time rec coordinator, so and COVID has really challenged this division, so hopefully it'll work out better this year. Okay, and with that, and thank you, Danielle and Austin, for your work in Parks and Rec. The next department is facilities, but before we go into that, does council need a break? Okay, 5 minutes, please. Okay, welcome back. Moving on, we are now into the facilities department, and I'll call on Nicole to present, I assume.
Thank you. Yep, thank you, Mayor and Council. The goal for facilities for 2021 is just to make sure the buildings are not deteriorating any further than what they already are. It's more of a patch and repair job this year rather than doing major capital projects. So just going through facilities revenue, you'll notice that there's not really many changes other than the Justice Building Courts. That lease has changed, and I believe that went to council 2020. So the change is reflected through that. Yeah, the revenues don't really have major implications. Facilities expenses, so the materials, supplies, truck charges, wages and benefits, those were all split from Parks and Rec. So we're trying to accommodate what was spent in 2020 and just carry that amount forward to 2021 for expenses. And then going into site-specific facilities. So in Dunbar, there are some minor repairs and maintenance to the building right now, which includes parging of the exterior of the building. That was due to happen to be repaired in 2020. Unfortunately, with COVID and the lack of available workers, we had to push that off. So the amount is carried forward to 2021. Riverside Heights as well had a $10,000 amount for 2020 to do some repairs, which includes the barrier-free ramp, siding, floor joist, subfloor, electrical, and HVAC repairs. So we're proposing to carry that $10,000 forward to 2021 and increase that slightly to $16,000, just to cover all of the repairs that are required at Riverside. Williamsburg Recreation Building shows some wages. That includes cleaning of the facilities. And then the repairs and maintenance is at $3,000 for that building. And the reason for that is our UV system on the water supply has some issues with keeping up to date, I guess. It kind of fails regularly, so we have to maintain that system. Ideally, we would like to replace it with a system that works a little bit better, but right now we're just wanting to keep that functioning as it has been. And then there's snow removal, which is just standard for the Williamsburg Park. The archives building, we do have some wages and benefits in there for the archive person, as well as cleaning of the archives. Materials and supplies are, Brenda may be able to speak to that a little bit better than I can, as it is for the archive specifically. And then the repairs and maintenance is shown at $7,500, same as 2020, just to ensure that we maintain the building accordingly. You'll see a $70,000 capital in there as well. We can speak to that now or later date if you want. What does council prefer on that one?
We'll put that in our capital part.
Okay. So moving on, Brinston Building is the old canteen building. So there's some repairs and maintenance that are required at that building to make it not fall down, I guess. Let me just tell you what those are here. So there's structural support columns that are deteriorating. The roof is in a little bit bad shape, and we've had some fire and vandalism in the building that we need to repair a little bit from 2020. Fortunately, we have restricted access throughout 2020 as part of COVID to the building, so we've tried to reduce that amount significantly. And then the UV system there also fails, so it's the same system in Williamsburg. at the Brinston building, it actually floods the entire building, causing issues, and the way the building is drained actually drains back into the building. So we were hoping to do some drainage mitigation away from the building to maintain less flooding. All right. Utilities for all facilities were addressed by Treasury Department, and I believe there might have been an increase slightly. Is that correct, Sarah? 2%?
We based it all on the 6-year average. For
Okay.
Utilities, yeah.
Justice Building also includes wages for cleaning, repairs and maintenance. There are some repairs and maintenance required to the building. That includes some of the steel doors are rotting out of the frame. There's some holes that you can see right through the building, so we need to replace those. The connection to the emergency services generator, and then some of the flooring within the, well, throughout the building, actually. Oh, sorry, that was not included in the repairs and maintenance. That was proposed for 2022. All right. South Dundas Municipal Center, again, wages are for the cleaning. We did have to increase the elevator maintenance. In 2020, the amount previously did not cover the contract, so we increased that to accommodate the actual contract fees. Repairs and maintenance are standard $24,000. There was a slight increase in 2020 of $800. And I think the capital, Sarah, was that? I don't have a capital information on that one, so we can speak to that later. Iroquois Civic Center requires some significant repairs. Let me just bring that up. Sorry. Stairs to the mezzanine in the fire hall didn't have a guard previously, which is a serious health and safety risk to the firefighters and staff. The lower roof has been damaged by the tower. It's deteriorating by the day, and it's some of the pieces from the tower falling through the brand new roof that was replaced. So we need to sustain that tower before it damages the entire building. And then the canopy and soffits and fascia repair around the entrances at the Civic Center also need some repairs. The capital, I believe, is an amount that will be discussed future, but it's for the proposal that Eric Duncan brought forward for the cenotaph. The next few accounts, so Iroquois Beach didn't have any budget line items for 2020. We're estimating the utilities at $900 and the repairs and maintenance at $7,000. Last year, there was significant vandalism to the building, and we exceeded $16,000, I believe. I will say that the OPP have found that person, and they did request an invoice from staff on the amount, so I'm unsure if we'll be receiving money back on that vandalism, but OPP are dealing with that. Outdoor rinks repairs and maintenance is also a new one under facilities, which includes the new Iroquois outdoor rink building. Dundas registry, so the wages and benefits in there are cleaning as well. Repairs and maintenance, so there is some masonry and parging that didn't get done in 2020, so we're just looking at trying to catch up on those projects. Morrisburg Beach House is a new account as well. Utilities estimated at $1,200, and we're keeping the repairs and maintenance minor. Hopefully there's not much required at that building this year. Morrisburg waterfront washrooms. again, a new account. Those are the dockside washrooms near the boathouse. We're estimating the utility at $2,000, repairs and maintenance at $1,200, and then there is a capital that we'll discuss later about accessibility. Splash pad washrooms, utilities are $1,400, repairs and maintenance $500, just to ensure there's some money there. We did have some break-ins and the locks were damaged in 2020 as well. Matilda Hall repairs, so there are some phase 2 repairs that didn't get completed in 2020. We're just hoping to complete those in 2021. And the utilities are just same as average. Carmen House, the only thing that changed in Carmen House is the $10,000 capital request was just from the museum asks that staff were not able to achieve in 2020. If there's any questions about facilities, I can answer them at this time.
Okay, a lot of stuff there. I'll start with Deputy Mayor Gardner.
Thanks, Mayor Buggles. I don't see much. I think it's important to do what we need to do so the buildings don't get worse. So I'm okay with it as presented.
Councillor Lewis?
One question, Nicole. Princeton, that UV system is just a couple years old.
Yeah, it definitely is. So all three of the UV systems were replaced a couple of years ago. One was replaced with a newer model system that functions perfectly, and the other two were replaced with the system that was replaced in the old one. So the not as efficient system, and those systems have proven to fail consistently throughout the last couple of years since they've been replaced.
Okay, and there's no warranty left on those UVs?
No, unfortunately there isn't.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wells?
No, it's pretty straightforward. Few question marks here. The archive building, that's the one in Iroquois, that's the only one we got now?
Yeah,
Right.
it's the old school, the old medical
Okay.
clinic, whatever you want to call it.
So we actually pay them to be, I thought they were volunteers. It said wages, or is the wages just for cleaning of it?
Okay.
Okay. Okay, no,
Yeah,
no,
the
that's fine,
wages there
that's
for the
fine.
cleaner.
I think maybe Brenda can come on, she can explain the archives account a little bit better, because there's quite a bit there, and I think that's only fair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the consultant is paid through this account, and that's Susan, and she works 24 hours a week. But during COVID, she hasn't been working steadily. And the, not maintenance and repair, the supplies is for the supplies she needs for the digitization and also the restoration of the documents. We really need to consider fixing up that building on the other side so we can rent it out. I think you should consider getting it ready this year to rent it because it's sitting there empty anyway. Just needs the fire separation, which we can discuss at Capitol, and you should try to rent it out for some income.
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, my consulting fees, well, okay, that's the wages for there. Capital, which we'll talk about later. The Brinston. Now, Nicole, we're talking about the block building or the block building? The
No, we're
canteen.
talking about the canteen building.
Okay, I thought we were. I just want to. So we didn't
the
budget
block
nothing
building is
last
a
year, and
separate-
boom, she's 10,000. That's where the prevent and maintenance comes in. Hopefully, this budget will kind of pertain to some of that, and take care of some of that.
Yeah.
As like you said, we need to fix it. We need to fix it. Another one that caught, just putting it out there. Elevator guys went up quite a bit this year. Is that like I
So
thought?
it didn't actually go up. We didn't have that line item at an accurate amount for the past few years. So the contract has been closer to $7,000. We just didn't have that in the budget correctly.
So that'd be Treasury's fault then. Okay, got that done. No, other than that, everything it's good, Nicole. Thank you.
Councillor Mellon.
I guess under the Iroquois Civic Building, repairs and maintenance, we got 20,000 for Iroquois Fire Department for repairs, fire and emergency services. Why isn't that, if it's related to the fire emergency services, why isn't it under fire and emergency?
Yeah, so Cameron did mention in his budget that it is being transferred to facilities. So a portion of it, $19,000, is coming from fire to repair the portion at the fire hall. The remainder of it is repairing the other side of the building, so the civic center portion. So fire is putting in money towards facility budget.
Okay, so it is coming out of fire and emergency services, okay.
That's right, yep.
Just another pocket, Councillor Mellon.
Yeah, I know it's a pocket,
I'm
but
just trying to make sure. You
if
sounded
we're
like here.
making sure all the ducks are in a row here and everybody's paying for
Come
their
out
own
of the
fair
same
share.
pocket last I checked.
I'm not getting mileage and
That's right.
over
Anyway,
here, Wells.
a few things I wrote down. I know I've talked to Clerk Runt concerning the archives building. We've had discussions with North Dundas on the ongoing expenses there, and she's working with the clerk and CAO there to come up with a solution that's fair for both of us. The agreement we have with North Dundas is basically just a memorandum of understanding. It never really was formalized, and we need, they're a great partner, but I think we have to come up with a better documentation between us since we land up owning the building and having to deal with everything that's going on there, and to separate archives from the old medical facility fairly in the end has to be done too. So that's something I want to mention to council. Within the budget, we had, we haven't had a staff report back yet on the partnership, the potential partnership with the Matilda Rec Group concerning the old archives building, as we call it, or the old Brinston building. I think that's something the staff have to come back to. Is there enough budget in here to kind of do what we need to do for a year to make that happen? And basically it's heat and hydro, and that's about it, right?
Yeah, so under the Brinston repairs and maintenance budget, that $10,000 could accommodate maintaining both buildings. It would not involve any repairs to the old archive building.
And rightly so. I think council had general support that night, but I think we need to come up with a staff report to figure out how we're going to go forward entirely on that.
Yeah, Shannon, Sarah, and I have been working on that staff report.
Okay, and then the other things were capital, so we'll just let that go. If there's nothing else in facilities, that didn't take long. I've never seen facilities go in that short a time, but thank you very much. Literally, I've never seen that happen. Yeah. Anyway, thanks, Nicole.
Thank you.
We'll move on to economic development. Rob?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. What we have before you is the economic development budget for 2021. Assembling the budget considered the 2019 visioning session and the items that came out of that staff and council had, ensuring that we're meeting the goals and objectives and the items that we had in that, and also significant input from the Tourism Advisory Committee and also the Economic Development Committee. The budget that you have before you has a decrease of approximately 29,600 on the tax base for this year. That was achieved by a number of grants, revenue items, and use of reserves that we have built. Just go through this. Sure. For the seminar and workshops, again, kind of being in a virtual world, at least for the foreseeable future, the first half of the year, I decreased that amount by $2,500 down to $3,000 for the couple of conferences that I need to attend to maintain my certifications. Going down to kind of the next big significant item would be under the tourism special project, and we have a number of special projects that the tourism advisory committee want to advance this year, specifically some budgeting around Pumpkin Furno, a big ticket item that we are going to be getting some money from FedDev for to help offset, but they considering a pop-up shop down on the Mooresburg waterfront. So we'd have 4 10-by-10 spaces that we'd be able to rent out to home-based businesses, other businesses, people that want to make use during the summer time season. I actually talked to Austin too that there might be a possibility that one of those spaces we could use for rec programming to have some of the lending library items down there, the kayaks and that, so they're closer to the river. Tourism Committee also wanted to put some funding into to help having a festival, maybe a food truck festival or something else at the Mooresburg Plaza and also at the Iroquois Plaza to help them out. We also have funds for the OMAFA grant for a tourism fam tour that we'd be looking at probably doing in the fall, hopefully when everyone has their vaccination. Looking at doing some day trip signage. Our welcoming signs that we did this year that we had up on some of the county roads were really well received, and the group decided that it'd be nice to look at doing some day trip signage where we can actually make a day trip with a map and have those signs at some of the tourism locations. We could have one at the Mooresburg waterfront, the Iroquois waterfront, Stonecrop Acres Winery, and so on and so forth to show visitors to the area that there are a number of locations around the municipality that to visit. Sometimes they might not know that Upper Canada Creamery is just outside of Iroquois, so a great place for them to go and visit. We're also developing a tourism app, something similar to the Pokemon Go. It's being developed actually by the gaming students at St. Lawrence College, so there's no cost to us other than some graphic work and signs that we will need to do, but they're actually putting together the app as part of their project for their 4th semester. So that would run approximately, when you put together an app, anywhere from $20,000 to $25,000. So certainly great that we were able to work with the St. Lawrence College students on that item. They also want to purchase Adirondack chairs. This would be a revenue neutral item because we would only buy as many chairs as people pre-ordered. And it was for an Adirondack chair art contest where we encourage people to buy the chairs from us at cost. Using a local supplier, and for them to decorate them and then place them around the municipality, and actually have a judging and run a bit of a contest. So a great item again that has come out at Tourism Committee. I must say that one of our tourism projects from last year has won a marketing award that you'll be hearing about sometime later this week. So props to the Tourism Committee for always coming up with some amazing ideas. Moving to the EDO special projects, whether we have the flexibility this year to do things either virtually or in-person events, depending on the timing and when it's safe to do so. But looking at refreshing our economic development strategy using Eric Lockhart, he always does a fabulous job. And having an update to that document because it was last done in 2017, so it does need to be updated. And then a number of community engagement events, including working on some youth engagement events. Austin and I had a great talk about the youth report. So last year was an interesting year.
Oh, we lost him.
You look at, oh, hello?
Got
Can you hear
back.
me? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, now we can. You just lost you for
Okay.
a second.
Okay, sorry about that. As I was mentioning, Austin and I had a great talk about the youth engagement report and not wanting that to sit on the shelf. So we're looking at some youth engagement pieces to do this year. Then going down to EDO marketing, being a member of the Ontario East and our sector teams for investment attraction. The Upper Canada Playhouse sponsorship this year, we didn't need to include in the budget because they're using the budget dollars that we applied last year for 2021. So that was great of Donnie and his crew to do that. We do have a number of virtual trade shows that are set up for this year, and then possibly some in-person ones in the fall, and then some marketing materials to help back that up. Let's see, next one would be the community improvement plan, putting the funds back in. We didn't do that last year. We made the decision to forego the CIP program last year to help the bottom line because of COVID-19. So we suspended that for last year, but bringing that back this year. Then on the tourism marketing, doing media ads, doing the roadmap, a number of guides and magazine ads. Working on display. We've had a excellent, and the Deputy Mayor can attest to this, excellent discussions with the Upper Canada Village and the Parks Commission folks, and really wanting to work on partnerships in that. So we've put some funds in for a display at Upper Canada Village, both Pumpkin Furno and also for late at night. And then there was an increase in the cost of the Todd signage, so that's why you see that we bumped that up by about $2,500. We do have a number of Todd signs on the 401, and they doubled in cost over last year, so significant amount there. But they're certainly there to promote the beaches and so on and so forth. Then the only thing left is capital, so I believe you want to leave that to a later time to discuss. So I'm happy to answer any questions that the council might have.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Gardner, you're involved quite a bit of this, so
Yeah.
you have the floor.
Thank you. Thanks, Rob. This budget was a collaboration, well, parts of it with the various committees, the tourism and the economic development. The tourism committee, so as the rest of council will remember, tourism wasn't being done and now it's being done. And that committee, even with the all the problems with COVID and all the negatives, and even the negatives to the committee members' own personal businesses, they still came to the table with some ideas and excitement to move forward. Rob did a really good job of highlighting that app. That's a fairly innovative way to deal with tourism stuff and to have the partnership with St. Lawrence College. And it is $20,000 to $25,000. That's not something we have to pay, and we didn't have to go for a grant for it. So, one of the things with this is after COVID is all said and done, there will be a refocus on promoting local tourism and economic development, and I think this budget reflects it. And like Rob said, we've had a lot of discussion around the various committee tables, and it's something that hopefully we can have to work on. Quick note about the pop-up shops too. I know that they're a piece of the budget that's in there, and it has a fairly high dollar amount, but those pop-up shops, we believe, the tourism committee believes, can be used in multiple facets. And they're quite trendy. They speak to retail. They speak to adding to existing, whether it's the waterfronts or the BIAs or farmers markets or whatever the case may be. And they'll be long-term items that will have tools to use for I'd say at least 5 to 10 years. So something to consider with that as well.
Councilor Lewis?
I have I have no questions on this. It looks pretty decent, so I'll wait till the capitals come up. Thank you.
Councillor Wells?
Yeah, overall, everything's good, Rob. Going to Deputy Mayor, but the pop-up shops. Now that 15,000, was that, when we had the discussion back, we got a price on that, that's what's included in this, what is it, 34,000? Those, well, no, the construction of these, they're, at the time,
That was the Christmas market we were talking about that.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah,
a little
these,
different.
what's the
If
difference
I might,
between a
Mr. Mayor?
pop-up shop? Okay, explain it to me.
Go
Rob.
ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Wells. What we're going to be doing for the pop-up shops is we've sourced the pricing for containers to use, and we'll have them at the location. We've sourced them locally, so it'll just be refurbishing them a little bit and doing a little bit of hardware to them, but they're basically, ready to go. It's not something that's being constructed.
They're
So
trying to
you're talking like a sea can, like, so.
That is correct.
Okay, so we're talking like, I got one down the shop 9x9, is that something
perfect.
you're
Can
doing
donate?
for your pop-up shop? Yeah, I could. No, I'm just saying at 15,000, I don't, the thing was like 10 you were thinking about?
Yeah. These have
You're
more.
not even gonna be close, like as far as, like I don't know where you're getting your prices for your C-can. I want to see the prices come down a bit, but I don't want to see you, if this goes through, that you're gonna be, especially on these containers that you're talking about, that you're gonna be
Yes.
under budget on it. But
I
again,
think we're
obviously,
gonna
you
come
guys
in-
must have looked into it, so.
Yes,
must have
yeah,
a-
and we used the basis, Cornwall did this past summer, so we used the numbers that Cornwall had, but we sourced the containers locally and from a local company here that's going to be able to help us out.
Okay, no, that's good. Just want to make sure that you weren't shorting yourselves. Yeah, other than that, no, everything looks good, Rob, thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Mellon?
Well, I haven't got anything, well, till we get the capital, so,
Boy, it seems like everybody's anxious to get into that capital budget and take the saw to it. Anyway, yeah, I don't have anything wrote down on economic development except a few things, and yeah, it's on capital, but I think it's reasonable. I'm glad that we're using the resources of the local committees and using those ideas. I think that was a vision that I had when I got here, and others on council, that it's not us, it's not Rob, it's everybody, and if there's good ideas out there, we have to at least explore them. I'm not saying we have to do everything, but as we see now, good ideas have come out, and they're showing they're worthwhile. So we got to be out there. I think you, as our economic development officer, have to probably work a little harder this time with COVID and everything affecting our businesses, and still wanting to bring new people to South Dundas. I think council's still fairly open to that idea, and as I said, we were challenged last year, but I think I'm still hoping this year is going to be a better year to think things through. Yeah, anytime, we're still working on industrial park. I think that's something that, it's still there on your file, and we'll discuss that at capital and how we're going to go forward, but we got this whole pile of land there, and we've got to do something with it. We're paying over $100,000 a year in principal interest cost, and I don't think we're recovering that as fast as I think anybody envisioned it. So other than that, I think, economic development is going well, and as I said, the committee work is certainly shining through. So
Thank you.
Thanks for now, Rob. So with that, it is 3:20. I think we've done enough for one day in budget. I think we've gone through a lot of operations. We haven't done a lot of, cutting or adding, but I think we tweaked where we felt we had to tweak. When we come back on Thursday, I think what we need to do, and I just wrote this down, is first thing we need to do is go through our reserves and reserve funds so we know what's going in and out and how that affects this budget, and how many dollars we'll have left, as we all say, in the piggy banks. Because as much as people say we shouldn't have a lot of money in our bank accounts, but if we don't and something happens, our bills tend to be a lot bigger than the average. It's no different than a couple Friday week and a half ago when you're operating, everything's going great, and all of a sudden at my place the furnace says that's it. The coldest day of the year. You don't do a lot of tendering that day. You make one call and get it fixed, and unfortunately you pay the price. So anyway, it's in now, and I'm actually enjoying my new technology. So we'll go through that, and grants and donations, and we'll get chainsaws out for the capital fund, the capital projects. Be reasonable with it. I think there's some good ones there, and it's always where councils kind of think that's the easy way of cutting out, but sometimes think them through. Maybe there's things there that we need to do. There's certainly things we have to have discussions on. I'm sure that one thing that we will discuss that everybody said no to, that I bet you $10 we're going to say yes to now that we know the numbers, will be that wood chipper. So that's without predetermining it. How's that sound?
My comment is I'm just bringing hatchet tomorrow, not a broad axe, so that's a good sign for staff.
Okay. So anyway, I'd like to thank council so far. It's a long day, and we'll do what we need to do on Thursday. I suspect it'll be a morning job, and hopefully we're done by then. If not, we'll do whatever we have to in the afternoon. I'd like to thank all staff for their valuable input into the budget. I imagine it was not hard when Madam Treasurer came to you and said that is not going to fly at council, and I appreciate all the work that they did to come to the numbers they did. As I said, it's a workable budget, and we can certainly didn't have to do a lot of trimming so far. So, and I'd like to thank the audience that participated today. Certainly, we certainly hope that you've seen that your council at work, and we do care about the funding of South Dundas, and we certainly recognize that the money comes out of your pockets, and we want to make sure that it's done in a right and fair way. With that, Mr. Clerk.
By Deputy Mayor Gardner, second by Councillor Wells, that council now adjourned to meet again at the call of the chair.
All heard the motion. Those in favor? Opposed, if any? Motion carries. Thank you very much.